The winter of 1944 gripped the Ardennes in a deadly stillness. Endless forests, draped in white, the air so cold it bit into the bone, and a pale sun casting long shadows over a battlefield yet to awaken. Beneath this quiet lay a storm waiting to explode. Without warning, the horizon erupted in fire. German artillery thundered through the mist, shattering trees and tearing into frozen earth. From the fog emerged dark silhouettes, Panzer tanks rumbling forward, their treads grinding the snow into mud. Infantry in white camouflage moving like ghosts between the trees. Allied soldiers, huddled in their foxholes, blinked in disbelief as the ground shook beneath them. This was not just another skirmish. This was Hitler's last great gamble, a surprise offensive designed to break the Allied lines in one decisive blow. The Battle of the Bulge had begun, and for 6 brutal weeks, the frozen Ardennes would become a graveyard for thousands. It would be remembered as one of the coldest winters in living memory, and one of the deadliest. But in the first days of December 1944, no one, standing watch in the quiet forest of the Ardennes, could have imagined the storm that was coming. The snow lay deep on the pine branches, muffling every sound. The only noise was the slow crunch of boots on frozen ground, the hiss of breath turning into tiny clouds in the morning air, and the occasional scrape of a match as a soldier lit a cigarette to warm his lips. The frontier was calm. Too calm. To the American High Command, this section of Belgium and Luxembourg was considered a rest area, a place where tired divisions rotated in for a few weeks of quiet before being sent back to the real fighting. It was not the kind of place where a major offensive was expected. No one saw it as a battlefield. No one thought the Germans had the strength or the will to strike here. But history has a way of punishing complacency. The Ardennes was a strange choice for a rest sector. A dense forest, rolling hills, narrow, twisting roads, and weather that could shift from bright sun to blinding snow in minutes. The trees grew thick and tall, pressing in on either side of the narrow lanes. Visibility was short. The air was heavy with the smell of pine and wood smoke, and the cold was a living thing. It gnawed at fingers, crept into boots, and froze canteens solid. The soldiers assigned here often joked that the biggest enemy was frostbite, not the Wehrmacht. Still, the men settled into the routine. The front was thinly held, often with just a few rifle companies scattered along miles of line. Behind them, small towns and villages lay quiet, their cobblestone streets lined with shuttered windows. American soldiers slept in barns, in schoolhouses, in commandeered homes with stoves glowing red from coal fires. They played cards, they wrote letters home, they traded rations for eggs and bread from the locals. It was as close to normal life as war ever got. Some of these men had survived Normandy's beaches, others had fought through the hedgerows of France. A few had chased the retreating Germans across the Siegfried Line. For them, the Ardennes was a welcome pause, a place to heal wounds, both visible and invisible. In the stillness, they let themselves believe that the war was winding down. That maybe, if they could make it through the winter, they would be home by spring. But across the line, deep in Germany, a different reality was taking shape. The Third Reich was on the defensive, bleeding territory on both fronts. The Soviet Red Army was driving in from the east. The Allies had crossed into Western Germany. Hitler's empire was collapsing. Yet in his mind, defeat was not inevitable. He believed he could still strike a blow that would shatter Allied unity, change the course of the war, and force a negotiated peace. His chosen battleground was here, in the very sector the Americans thought was safe. The plan was ambitious, reckless, and rooted in the belief that surprise could win what sheer strength could not. It would be called Wacht am Rhein, watch on the Rhine. But the Americans knew nothing of this. Their intelligence maps showed the Ardennes as a quiet zone. Reconnaissance flights were grounded often by thick winter fog, and the enemy activity that could have been spotted was buried under the cover of forest and snow. The soldiers in the line joked about the war passing them by. In truth, the war was circling back to find them. Private Joseph Matthews, barely 20, wrote to his mother from a farmhouse near the town of Bastogne. He told her about the snow, how it came down in lazy flakes that seemed to float forever before touching the ground. He wrote about the kindness of a Belgian family that let him sleep in their attic, how they gave him hot coffee each morning. He told her it was quiet here, almost peaceful. He didn't know that in just days, the same farmhouse would be surrounded by fire and steel, and the coffee pot would be shattered on the floor. Corporal Richard Hale, a machine gunner from Ohio, sat with his squad in a barn. The smell of hay, mixing with the faint scent of diesel from a generator outside. He could still hear the echoes of combat in his mind from months before. The crash of artillery in Normandy, the staccato crack of rifles in the hedgerows. But here in the Ardennes, those sounds felt far away, like memories from another life. He took his boots off, to rub warmth back into his toes, and laughed with his friends about going ice fishing when the war was over. He would not have laughed if he knew how close the enemy already was. Miles away, in villages with names like Lochem, Saint-Vith, and Clairvaux, American sentries walked their slow circuits, rifles slung casually, stamping their feet against the cold. They waved to local children. They stared out into the fog, seeing nothing but white. They had no idea that just beyond their vision, in the forests and valleys of the Eifel region, tens of thousands of German soldiers were gathering, their tanks hidden under camouflage nets, their guns stacked and ready. They were waiting for the signal to unleash an attack, unlike anything the Western Front had seen since 1940. The Germans had chosen their timing well. The Ardennes, in winter, was a natural fortress. The snow and fog grounded Allied planes, removing the overwhelming air power that had been the key to victory in France. The narrow roads would channel movement and make it hard for the Americans to shift reinforcements quickly, and the very belief that the front here was quiet would make the shock even greater. In the first week of December, the temperature dropped again. Snow piled high along the roads. In some places, drifts swallowed fences and nearly buried roadside markers. The sky hung low and grey, promising more storms. Trucks moved slowly, their engines coughing in the cold. Radios crackled with routine reports. A patrol cited nothing. Supply lines were intact. Morale was steady. There was no hint of alarm. In the cafes and taverns of the rear towns, soldiers drank weak beer, smoked, and traded stories. Some bought small Christmas trees from local farmers, decorating them with makeshift ornaments cut from tin and paper. Chaplains prepared holiday services. Packages from home arrived with candy, knitted scarves, and letters that smelled faintly of perfume. The war felt distant, but the stillness was deceptive. On the other side of the forest, German officers pored over maps, tracing routes for armored spearheads. Artillery units rolled their guns into position under the cover of darkness. Supply convoys moved through back roads, bringing fuel, ammunition, and food to the staging areas. Panzer divisions, including some of Germany's last reserves, took their places. The men were told this offensive could decide the fate of the Reich. In the American sector, commanders rotated units in and out, thinking only of rest and recovery. New replacements arrived, young and untested. Veterans relaxed, believing their next challenge would come far from here. The line was stretched thin, held by fewer men than doctrine required. That thinness was invisible until someone struck it. The Ardennes was holding its breath. The forest seemed almost too quiet, as if the very trees were listening. At night, the cold turned the air brittle. The stars, when visible, burned with a hard, icy light. The sound of a distant owl could carry for miles. If a man stood still long enough, he could hear his own heartbeat. And yet, not far away, that quiet was being poisoned by the distant thrum of engines warming in the dark. German tank crews slept beside their machines, their breath steaming in the frozen air. Infantry lay in trenches cut into the snow, their hands gripping their weapons. Officers checked their watches. Soon, they would rise, move out, and cross into the so-called rest area. But the Americans didn't know. Private Matthews slept under a wool blanket, dreaming of home. Corporal Hale played cards by lantern light, grinning at a winning hand. Somewhere else, a sentry leaned on his rifle, listening to the wind. They believed they were safe. They believed the war was elsewhere. In just days, that illusion would shatter. The sky would roar with artillery. The roads would choke with armor and bodies, and the snow would run red, and the quiet sector of the Ardennes would become the stage for the largest battle ever fought by the United States in World War II. And it was already too late to stop it. In the heart of a collapsing empire, under the cold glow of bare light bulbs deep, inside a concrete bunker, the fate of the Western Front was being rewritten. Outside, the winter of 1944 gripped Berlin in its icy claws. But inside Hitler's war council, the air was thick with cigarette smoke, tension, and the scent of desperation. Germany was cornered, bleeding on all fronts, and the man who had plunged Europe into war was gambling what remained of his power on one final, reckless throw of the dice. On the eastern horizon, the Red Army loomed, a tidal wave of men, tanks, and artillery, pushing ever closer to the Oder River. In the west, the Allies had crossed into Germany itself. The Siegfried Line had been breached in places, and cities that had once been far behind the front now felt the rumble of enemy guns. The Luftwaffe was a shadow of its former self. Fuel supplies were dwindling, and even ammunition was being rationed. Every day, the Reich's enemies closed in. For most of his generals, the situation was clear. Germany's only hope was therefore to dig in, fight a defensive war, and try to slow the inevitable collapse. But for Adolf Hitler, this was unthinkable. Retreat, to him, was weakness. A static defense was a slow death. He wanted a blow that would stun the Allies, shatter their lines, and buy him the breathing space to turn back to the east. The plan he would propose sounded almost delusional. A grand offensive through the Ardennes, striking the very heart of the Allied front. Its name was Unternehmen, Wacht am Rhein, Operation Watch on the Rhine. The title was meant to suggest a defensive operation, to hide its true purpose even from German staff officers who might let their guard down in conversation. But the intent was anything but defensive. The Ardennes had been the scene of a German triumph before. In May 1940, it was here that panzer divisions had surged through the forest, bypassing the heavily fortified Maginot Line and cutting off the Allied armies in France. Now, Hitler wanted to repeat that success, but on a far grander scale. His vision was audacious. 3 German armies would punch through the thinly held American lines in Belgium and Luxembourg, driving west with such speed that they would cross the River Meuse before the Allies could react. From there, they would push on to seize Antwerp, the critical port through which the Allies were bringing in the bulk of their supplies. Capturing Antwerp would not only starve the Allied armies of fuel, food and ammunition, it would split the British and American forces apart, forcing them to fight as two isolated armies instead of one unified front. In Hitler's mind, such a defeat would cause political shockwaves. Britain might lose the will to fight. The United States might turn inward, weary of a war that seemed endless. If he could fracture the alliance, perhaps he could negotiate a peace in the West, freeing his armies to throw everything against the Soviets in the East. But this was not 1940. The German army was no longer the invincible machine it once had been. Its ranks were filled with boys barely out of school and men dragged back from retirement. Tanks were fewer, fuel was scarcer, and the Luftwaffe was almost grounded. The generals around Hitler knew the risks. Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, commanding in the West, argued that Germany lacked the strength for such an offensive. He favored a smaller, limited attack to disrupt the Allies and improve defensive positions. Field Marshal Walter Model, known as the Führer's fireman for his skill in crisis defense, was equally doubtful. A massive push to Antwerp, he said, was beyond their capabilities. But Hitler's mind was made up. He dismissed their objections with sharp words and impatient gestures. In his view, Germany could not win by playing it safe. Only a bold strike could change the tide. Caution, he said, is the language of defeat. The meeting in the wolf's lair was tense. Maps were spread across the table, red and blue lines snaking across Belgium, Luxembourg, and Germany. Hitler traced the planned routes with his finger, moving small model tanks into place. The main blow would come from the 6th Panzer Army under SS General Sepp Dietrich, striking through the northern Ardennes toward Antwerp. South of them, the 5th Panzer Army under General Hasso von Manteuffel would drive through the center, aiming to seize vital road junctions like Bastogne. The 7th Army, under General Erich Brandenberger, would protect the A's southern flank and prevent Allied counterattacks from Luxembourg. Every road, every bridge, every forest track was studied. Hitler demanded speed. The spearheads would have to reach the Meuse within 3 to 4 days before the Allies could move reserves into place. That meant moving armored columns through narrow, snow-covered roads in a region notorious for its traffic jams. Fuel was a nightmare. The Reich no longer had the petroleum reserves to sustain a long offensive. The plan relied on capturing Allied fuel dumps along the way. In effect, the Panzers would have to drink from the enemy's cup to keep moving. If they failed to capture enough fuel, the offensive would grind to a halt in the snow. Yet Hitler clung to the belief that the Allies were complacent, that they thought Germany was too weak to attack. He counted on surprise, on the cover of winter weather that would ground Allied aircraft, and on the inexperience of many American units holding the line in the Ardennes. If all went as planned, the blow would be devastating. In private, some generals whispered their doubts. The plan depended on perfect timing, on bad weather lasting exactly long enough, on capturing fuel in just the right places, and on the enemy reacting slowly. It was a gambler's plan. One roll of the dice, with everything at stake. But there was no stopping it now. Orders went out under the highest secrecy. Troop movements were disguised as defensive preparations. Tanks and artillery were hidden under camouflage in forests and barns. Radio silence was imposed. Even the soldiers themselves were told little. They were told only that a great offensive was coming, one that could change the course of the war. In the factories and workshops of the Reich, the last reserves of war material were scraped together. Ammunition production was pushed to the limit. Tanks, fresh from assembly lines, were rushed by rail to staging areas. Horses pulled heavy guns through the snow when fuel was too precious to waste on transport. On the Allied side, none of this was detected. Intelligence officers believed the German army was incapable of large-scale operations. The frontline troops saw no signs of a build-up. Reconnaissance planes, when they could fly at all, saw only snow and forest. In Berlin, Hitler's mood shifted between bursts of manic confidence and moments of brooding silence. He spoke of striking a lightning blow that would echo through history. To those in the room, it was clear that this was not just strategy. It was obsession. He wanted to erase the humiliation of the retreat from France, to prove that the Wehrmacht could still seize the initiative, to show the world, and himself, that he could still command victory. The generals left the meeting with mixed emotions. Some believed that, against all odds, the plan might succeed if the Allies were truly unprepared. Others were convinced it was madness, that it would drain the last strength of the army and hasten Germany's defeat. But none dared to oppose him openly. By mid-December, the pieces were in place. More than 200,000 German soldiers, supported by over 1,000 tanks and assault guns, were massed in the forests along the Ardennes. Ammunition dumps were full, artillery positions carefully prepared. The troops waited in the cold, stamping their feet, cleaning their weapons, wondering where they would be sent. The offensive was set to begin on the morning of December 16th, 1944. It would be launched in the dead of winter, when the snow and fog would blind Allied air reconnaissance. It would hit with the force of a hammer against a line the Allies thought was made of steel, but which, in truth, was paper-thin. Somewhere in the dark woods, a young German tank commander leaned against the armor of his Panther, his breath steaming in the night air. He thought about the promise of victory, about marching into Antwerp, about the medals that might come. He did not think about what would happen if they failed. And miles away, across the snow-covered line, American soldiers still believed the Ardennes was a safe place. They laughed over games of cards, warmed their hands at stoves, and planned for Christmas. They had no idea that the man in the bunker had already set the trap, and in just a few days, the jaws of that trap would snap shut. Snow was falling so heavily that the forest seemed to be disappearing. Trees loomed as dark pillars in a world turned white. The wind whispered through the branches, shaking loose fresh flurries that drifted down in silence. Somewhere in that blinding stillness, a man stumbled, his boots sinking into snow so deep it swallowed his ankles. His breath was ragged in the freezing air. He could barely see more than a few yards ahead. Somewhere beyond the wall of trees, danger was moving toward him, but the forest made it invisible. In this place, in this weather, an entire army could vanish until the moment it struck. The Ardennes was not just a forest, it was a labyrinth of dense pines, steep ridges, narrow valleys, and twisting roads that seemed to coil back on themselves. In peacetime, it was beautiful, a place of hunting lodges, quiet villages, and deep green shadows. But in war, it became something else entirely. To an army moving through it, the Ardennes could be either a shield or a trap. Its terrain hid movement from prying eyes, muffled the sound of engines and boots, and funneled troops into narrow passages where one blocked road could bring an entire advance to a halt. In December 1944, the forest was at its most treacherous. The first heavy snows had fallen, blanketing the ground and weighing down the branches until they bowed under the load. The temperature dropped well below freezing, turning streams into sheets of ice and making every breath burn in the lungs. The days were short, the nights seemed endless, and always there was the fog. Thick, clinging, rolling in from nowhere, swallowing roads, hiding valleys, and wrapping the forest in an eerie grey shroud. For the Germans, this was an opportunity. For the Allies, it was a blindfold. Aerial reconnaissance, the eyes of the modern battlefield, was useless when clouds hung low and snowstorms swept across the horizon. From the air, the Ardennes looked empty, a sleeping landscape untouched by war. On the ground, however, entire divisions could move unseen under the cover of its trees. This was one of the reasons the Americans felt so secure here. They believed that the forest itself was a natural barrier, too dense for tanks, too narrow for large troop movements, too harsh in winter to sustain an offensive. And in a sense, they were right. If the army attempting to cross it lacked the will and the preparation, but the German High Command knew that with careful planning, the Ardennes could be the perfect launching ground for a surprise attack. The roads were the key. They were few, narrow, and often little more than rural lanes, but they wound their way through the forest toward vital towns and river crossings. Control these roads, and you controlled the Ardennes. Lose them, and you were trapped. The Germans planned their attack like a surgeon preparing an incision, choosing routes where they could slice through American positions and keep moving before reinforcements could arrive. For the soldiers already stationed here, life was shaped by the forest's mood. Patrols moved slowly along trails where the snow was deep, and the light filtered weakly through the canopy. Sound traveled, strangely, in the cold. A branch snapping could echo like a rifle shot, while the roar of an engine could vanish into the fog until it was nearly upon you. The locals, few and far between, moved quietly, bundled in heavy coats, their faces lined by the hardship of a war that had already passed through once before. In the tiny Belgian village of Hosingen, Sergeant William Carter stood watch near the edge of the tree line. He could barely make out the far side of the valley through the falling snow. He had heard rumors of German movements, but there was nothing to see, only the forest, ancient and unmoving. Somewhere in that stillness, the enemy could be hiding. But how could you fight what you could not find? The Germans understood this advantage. Before the offensive began, they moved their forces into position with extraordinary secrecy. Troops marched under the cover of darkness, their footsteps muffled by snow. Tanks and artillery were hidden beneath the forest canopy, draped in camouflage netting. Convoys of fuel and ammunition traveled on back roads, screened from Allied observation by the sheer density of the trees. Even local civilians had no idea of the scale of the forces gathering just beyond the line. The forest also played tricks on the mind. Visibility was limited. A soldier could see only a short distance ahead, creating a constant sense of uncertainty. Every shadow could hide a threat. Every curve in the road might reveal an ambush. For men already worn down by months of combat, the Ardennes could be unsettling. In its silence, a silence that seemed to be waiting for something. The fog was perhaps the greatest ally to the German plan. It rolled in without warning, a grey curtain that swallowed landmarks and blurred the outlines of friend and foe alike. In heavy fog, even the sharpest-eyed sentry could miss the movement of an entire column just a few hundred yards away. It was as if the forest itself conspired to keep its secrets until it was too late. American commanders, focused on offensives elsewhere, saw the Ardennes as a quiet sector where divisions could rest and refit. Units that had been battered in recent battles were rotated in for what was supposed to be a break from the front's worst dangers. This created a patchwork line of inexperienced replacements and tired veterans stretched thin across a wide area. In some places, gaps of several miles existed between strongpoints. The geography magnified this weakness, and the Germans knew it. In his headquarters, General Hasso von Manteuffel, who would command the 5th Panzer Army in the coming attack, studied maps of the region. He understood that the Ardennes would be both a challenge and a weapon. The same roads that could funnel German armor forward could also choke it with traffic, if not managed carefully. The snow and ice would slow movement, but if the advance moved swiftly, the forest would hide it until it burst into the open at key objectives like Bastogne and the Meuse River crossings. For the Americans in December 1944, the forest was simply their surroundings. For the Germans, it was the stage for a deadly performance that was about to begin. The Ardennes had one more gift to offer the attackers: the weather. Winter storms and overcast skies kept Allied air power, one of their most decisive advantages, grounded. Without their bombers and fighters to spot and strike, the Germans could move almost at will. Hitler's planners counted on this, building the entire operation around a window of bad weather that would last long enough to achieve a breakthrough. Yet for all its beauty and quiet, the Ardennes was also merciless. Its ridges and valleys could turn a retreat into a slaughter. A blocked road could trap entire units, and a single well-placed artillery barrage could bring a column to a standstill. It was a fortress without walls, but it had gates, and those gates could be closed quickly. Corporal James Hill, a radio operator with the 28th Infantry Division, sat inside a wooden shack near the village of Clairvaux. The frost had crept across the inside of the window, turning the world outside into a blur. His hands ached from the cold as he tapped out routine messages, supply reports, troop movements, weather updates. He thought about the hot meal waiting for him after his shift. He did not know that in the forest beyond, hundreds of artillery pieces were already aimed in his direction. As darkness fell each night, the forest changed. The cold grew sharper. The stillness deepened. Patrols moved like ghosts, their outlines barely visible against the snow. In the distance, owls called from the trees, and the occasional crack of ice shifting on a frozen stream broke the silence. Somewhere far out of sight, the German armies waited for the order to move. The Ardennes had kept them hidden. Now it would guide them forward. For the men on the American line, it still felt like a place apart from the war's main violence. A quiet front where the days were marked by routine, and the greatest danger seemed to be the cold itself. But the forest was about to betray them. The snow, the fog, the twisting roads, all of it had conspired to give the Germans the cover they needed. And when the blow came, it would come not as a distant rumble, but as an eruption from the very ground beneath their feet. The Ardennes was ready to reveal what it had been hiding, and in just a few days, the stillness would be shattered. In the first weeks of December 1944, the signs of victory were everywhere. American and British forces stood on German soil. The Siegfried Line, the fortress belt that Hitler had promised would keep invaders out of the Reich, had been breached in multiple places. Supply lines stretched deep into France and Belgium, bringing food, ammunition, and fuel in a constant flow. In Paris, the lights had been turned back on. In London, newspapers printed confident headlines about the war ending by spring. And on the front lines, in a quiet strip of snow-covered forest called the Ardennes, men let themselves believe the end was truly near. It was in this confidence, some would later call it arrogance, that the seeds of disaster were planted. The Ardennes was considered a quiet sector. The High Command believed the Germans had no strength left for a major attack. Intelligence reports said the enemy was retreating everywhere, scraping together battered divisions to slow the Allied advance. The U.S. First Army, under Lieutenant General Courtney Hodges, had stretched, its lines thin here, covering miles of front with minimal manpower. Units that were bloodied from months of fighting were sent to the Ardennes to rest, rebuild, and receive replacements. It was, in military terms, a rear area, not a place to expect a serious battle. General Omar Bradley, commander of the U.S. 12th Army Group, was certain of it. He believed the Germans were too weak, too short on fuel, and too battered to launch an offensive of any size. And to the soldiers in the line, it felt true. The Ardennes was peaceful. The only enemy seemed to be the cold. Yet in war, quiet can be dangerous. Quiet can hide what's coming. In the small Belgian town of Bastogne, Corporal Edward Langley of the 108th, 1 Stone's Airborne, leaned against a stone wall, watching snowflakes drift down. His unit had been rotated here after fighting in Holland during Operation Market Garden. He could still remember the sound of the German guns there, the whistling shells, the clatter of machine guns. But here in the Ardennes, there was only the muffled hush of the snow. He wrote to his wife that he might actually be home for their anniversary. Up and down the line, similar scenes played out. The 28th Infantry Division, badly mauled in the fighting in the Ardennes Forest, now held a broad swath of the Ardennes, with barely enough men to cover its outposts. Their job was simple: patrol, watch the roads, and hold the line. There were no plans for offensive operations from this sector. The war's decisive moves, they thought, would happen elsewhere. Perhaps in the Ruhr, perhaps in the Saarland, but certainly not here. American intelligence did detect some movement on the German side of the line. There were reports of troop transfers, of trains moving east to west inside Germany. But these reports were vague, and in the swirl of war, vague often meant unimportant. Analysts concluded these were defensive repositionings, preparations to hold the Allies at Germany's borders. The idea of the Germans attacking west into Belgium was dismissed as impossible. The Allies had reason to think this way. Since the Normandy breakout in August, their armies had driven the Wehrmacht back hundreds of miles. Paris had been liberated, the French ports were being reopened, and German cities were under daily bombardment. The enemy looked beaten. Even in the Ardennes, the American troops facing them noticed fewer patrols, less artillery fire, and less activity. To many, it seemed as if the Germans were fading away. But there was a flaw in this thinking. Victories can create a false sense of security. When you have pushed your enemy so far, you start to believe they can no longer surprise you. That they will. Keep doing what they've been doing, retreating, defending, falling back. You forget that desperation can breed boldness. Major General Troy Middleton, commander of the 8th Corps, was in charge of the Ardennes sector. He was a veteran officer, cautious and competent, but he had been told repeatedly by his superiors that his job here was to hold the line with minimal resources. His corps was spread thin, covering a front far longer than doctrine recommended. The terrain and the weather, he was told, were their best defenses. No one in command expected the Germans to mount more than a local raid in these conditions. This mindset shaped every decision. Heavy armor was kept in reserve elsewhere, closer to the sectors where an attack was thought more likely. Supply depots in the Ardennes were modest, stocked for routine needs, not for sustaining a major battle. Many positions had no deep fortifications, no extensive trench systems, no reinforced bunkers. The Americans here relied on roadblocks, small outposts, and the belief that, if trouble came, reinforcements could be rushed in from other sectors. In the village of Clairvaux, Private Samuel Carter manned a listening post with his friend Tom Jenkins. They passed the long hours talking about home, taking turns warming their hands over a small stove. Through the thick forest, visibility was poor. They listened for anything unusual. the sound of engines, boots, or movement. But night after night, there was nothing, just the wind in the trees and the occasional crack of ice in the river. "If this is war," Jenkins joked, "I'll take it." The Allied High Command's overconfidence was reinforced by their own assumptions about German capabilities. They knew the Wehrmacht was short on fuel, short on trucks, short on trained manpower. They believed, and had good reason to believe, that Germany's industrial capacity was collapsing under the weight of Allied bombing. Launching a massive offensive in these conditions seemed like suicide. And yet, that is exactly what Hitler was preparing to do. This blind spot in Allied thinking was not just a matter of faulty intelligence, it was human nature. After months of constant advance, the frontline soldiers had absorbed a sense of momentum. Victories had come in a steady rhythm. Normandy, the liberation of France, the breach of the Siegfried Line. Even the setbacks, like Market Garden, had not changed the larger picture. The Allies were winning. The end felt close enough to touch. In early December, General Eisenhower's headquarters was already discussing the logistics of the final push into Germany. There were talks about how to manage the occupation once the war ended. In this atmosphere, the idea that the Germans could launch an operation big enough to threaten the entire front was almost unthinkable. But in the Ardennes, the thinness of the American line was real, and it was dangerous. In some places, companies that should have held a front of 500 yards were covering 2 or 3 times that. The roads between units were narrow and icy, making it hard to move quickly if something happened. Communications depended on fragile telephone lines strung through the trees, which could be cut easily. The Germans knew all this. Through careful reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, they understood exactly how lightly the Ardennes was defended. They knew where the gaps were, where the strongest positions lay, and where the road network could funnel their advance. And they planned to exploit every weakness. Back in Bastogne, Corporal Langley hung a small wreath in the window of his billet. Christmas was just days away, and the men were making the best of it. Some strung wires with bits of tinsel. Others traded chocolate bars for bottles of beer from local farmers. It felt almost festive, a rare moment of normalcy in a war that had been anything but normal. No one in Bastogne, Clairvaux, or the dozens of small villages along the line could have imagined that in less than a week, these quiet streets would be choked with tanks, littered with the wreckage of trucks and guns, and echoing with the sound of battle. The overconfidence was not born of ignorance. It was born of success, and it was about to be shattered. Because in the forests, just beyond the American line, under the cover of snow and silence, the largest German offensive of the war was ready to erupt. And when it did, the soldiers of the Ardennes would learn that the war was far from over, and that the quiet they had trusted was the most dangerous sound of all. In the frozen forests of western Germany, the snow muffled every sound, but beneath that stillness, the ground was shifting. Men, machines, and weapons were moving. Not in the open, not in daylight, but like shadows slipping between the trees. It was a vast, silent tide, and when it finally broke, it would crash down with the force to shake the entire Western Front. This was no small maneuver. It was the largest German build-up of the war in the West since 1940. Over 200,000 soldiers, more than 1,000 tanks and assault guns, and thousands of artillery pieces were being gathered for one purpose: to punch a hole through the Allied lines and drive all the way to the port of Antwerp. And somehow, they were doing it without alerting the very armies they meant to destroy. The secrecy was absolute. Orders came from the highest level. No unnecessary movement in daylight, no radio transmissions, unless essential, and no advance warning to the men of their exact mission. Units traveled at night, their columns snaking along back roads under blackout conditions. The faint sound of engines was swallowed by the forest, while the deep snow deadened the thud of boots. Villagers who happened to glimpse a passing convoy were left with more questions than answers. The weather was both a curse and a shield. In December, the skies over the Ardennes were almost always heavy with cloud. Fog drifted through the valleys, thick enough to hide a tank from view at 50 yards. Snow squalls came without warning, turning the air into a swirling wall of white. For Allied reconnaissance pilots, it was a nightmare. Long stretches of time when flying was impossible, and when they could fly, visibility was often so poor that the ground was nothing but a blur of grey and white. From the air, the German build-up was invisible. To make the deception complete, the Germans crafted a story for their own troops. The operation was given the misleading name WWII am Rhein, Watch on the Ove Rhine, suggesting a defensive stand near Germany's western border. Even many officers were told only that they were moving to prepare for countering a possible Allied attack. The truth, that they would be the attackers in one of the most ambitious operations of the war, was revealed only to a select few in hidden staging areas. The preparations went on day and night. Panzer divisions, including the elite one-stone SS Panzer, the 2nd Panzer, and the Lehr Panzer Division, assembled under the cover of the trees. Tanks were camouflaged with branches, their gun barrels wrapped in cloth to break up their outlines. Artillery crews dug gun pits in the frozen ground, laying logs over the top for concealment. Truckloads of ammunition arrived quietly, the boxes of shells and bullets stacked under tarpaulins. Fuel was the lifeblood of the coming offensive, and the Reich did not have enough of it. Special fuel trains moved at night, guarded closely, delivering precious gasoline to the front. Fuel drums were hidden in barns, cellars, and even in ditches along the roads, all carefully marked for the advancing units to find. The entire operation depended on capturing Allied fuel dumps once the attack began. But in the meantime, every drop was rationed like gold. The men waiting in the cold came from every corner of the shrinking Reich. There were hardened veterans who had fought since Poland and France, their faces lined and their eyes hollow from years of war. There were young recruits, barely out of school, clutching rifles that seemed too big for their hands. There were men called back from convalescence, still limping from wounds, and others pulled from training depots with only weeks of preparation. Side by side, they waited, drilled, and prepared for an offensive they did not fully understand. Corporal Hans Richter of the 2nd Panzer Division stood guard over a column of tanks hidden in a wooded ravine. Snow had gathered on the flat surfaces of the armor, softening their deadly lines. The Panther tanks, their engines silent, looked almost harmless in the stillness, like steel beasts in hibernation. Richter's breath rose in pale clouds as he adjusted his scarf and stamped his feet against the cold. He had been told only that, soon, they would be moving. Where to, and for what, he could only guess. In another sector, SS troops of Sepp Dietrich's 6th Panzer Army rehearsed their opening moves. They studied maps under the dim light of lanterns, memorizing road names and landmarks they had never seen. Engineers prepared bridging equipment to cross rivers and streams. Assault gun crews ran through drills in silence, loading and unloading shells in the darkness until their hands were raw. The offensive's success depended on a coordination so precise that it left no room for error. In the first hours, thousands of artillery pieces would fire in unison, pounding American positions, before the infantry and armor surged forward. To achieve surprise, the Germans had to position these guns without revealing their presence. This meant moving them at night and keeping them under cover until the last possible moment. In some cases, The guns were disguised as haystacks or farm carts. The bad weather did more than hide the German movements. It gave them confidence. They knew the Allies relied heavily on their air superiority. In good weather, Allied fighter bombers could spot and attack any large formation on the move. But in this winter, the overcast skies and snowstorms meant that for days at a time, the air war simply stopped. Hitler's planners believed this window would be long enough to punch through the front and create chaos behind enemy lines before the skies cleared. Secrecy was maintained with ruthless discipline. Any soldier who carelessly revealed details of the operation faced severe punishment. Civilians living near the build-up areas were warned to keep quiet or face arrest. Letters from the front were censored heavily. Even within the German High Command, the exact start date of the offensive was kept closely guarded, changing several times before it was finalized. The sheer scale of the preparation was staggering. More than 20 divisions were being concentrated on a narrow front, all without tipping off the enemy. Supply officers had to calculate everything. How many rounds each gun would need in the first hour. How far the tanks could go before refueling. How much food could be carried without slowing the advance. It was a logistical gamble, on top of a strategic one. Private Ernst Keller, a 19-year-old infantryman from Cologne, wrote in his diary that the forest seemed alive at night. He could hear engines starting, trucks passing, the clank of treads in the snow, all muted, all hidden under the canopy. By day, it was as if nothing was there. The tanks sat still, the men stayed in their shelters, and the only movement was the drifting snow. It was as if the entire army was holding its breath. And they were. By mid-December, the build-up was complete. The attacking forces stood ready. The 6th Panzer Army in the north, the 5th Panzer Army in the center, and the 7th Army guarding the southern flank. Their objectives were fixed, their routes plotted. The artillery was in place, the ammunition ready. The fuel, though limited, was positioned for the first thrust. All that remained was the signal to begin. In the cold dark of the forest, officers moved from unit to unit, speaking in low voices, giving final instructions. Men cleaned their weapons one last time, checked their boots, and tightened their packs. The tank crews sat inside their machines, the metal cold against their skin, waiting for the order to turn the keys. The artillerymen stood by their guns, their gloved hands resting on the breech levers, and across the front, barely a few miles away, the American soldiers they would soon be attacking were going about their routines, patrolling, writing letters home, drinking coffee in mess tents. They had no idea that just beyond the tree line, an entire army was coiled, ready to strike. The Germans had prepared, in silence. They had hidden their strength in the folds of the forest and the cover of the weather. And when they moved, they would move all at once, like a trap snapping shut. The waiting was over. In hours, the quiet would end, and the Ardennes would erupt. The first sound was not a bang, but a deep, rolling growl. It came from somewhere far off in the dark, so low it seemed to vibrate in the chest more than it reached the ears. At first, it could have been thunder. Then came another, and another, each one closer, heavier, sharper, until the night was split open by 1,000 cracks of fire and steel. The ground shook. Snow fell from the trees in sudden, powdery bursts. The stillness of the Ardennes was gone forever. It was 5:30 in the morning, on December 16th, 1944. The sky was still black, and a heavy mist clung to the valleys. American soldiers, in their foxholes and billets, were waking to a sound they had not heard in this sector before, the sound of massed German artillery. It began in the north and rolled south, a wall of noise and destruction stretching along an 85-mile front. The barrage was not random. It was calculated, methodical, and overwhelming. More than 1,000 German guns, heavy artillery, mortars, and rocket launchers were firing in unison. Their targets were the American frontline positions, command posts, supply depots, and key crossroads. The shells came in waves, whistling through the fog before exploding in thunderclaps that tore the air apart. In the forest, trees splintered like matchsticks, earth and snow erupted in great geysers. Private Samuel Carter of the 28th Infantry Division had been half asleep in his dugout near the town of Clairvaux. One moment, he was lying under his blanket. The next, he was on his hands and knees, choking on dust and smoke as the ground shook beneath him. Somewhere outside, someone was shouting for medics. A second shell landed nearby, showering him with dirt. He pulled his helmet down hard, his heart pounding, his ears ringing, his breath coming in sharp bursts. The German guns were firing from well-hidden positions, many of them dug deep into the forest or shielded by hills. They had been emplaced in secret over the past weeks, their locations carefully chosen to deliver maximum surprise and damage. The Americans had no warning. There had been no preparatory signs, no increase in patrols, no unusual air activity. The first shell they heard was the first shell of the attack. To the south, near the village of Hosingane, Corporal Thomas Jenkins crouched in a slit trench, his fingers gripping the frozen earth. The explosions came so fast, they seemed to merge into one continuous roar. Every few seconds, another shockwave punched through the ground, rattling his teeth. The sky lit up in brief, violent flashes, shadows jerking and stretching across the snow. He could smell cordite and splintered wood, could hear the screams of men caught in the open. This was the opening act of Hitler's last great gamble. The artillery barrage was meant to paralyze the Americans, to sever communications, and to shatter their morale before the German infantry and tanks surged forward. And for the first hour, it seemed to be working. Telephone lines were cut, radios were knocked out, and whole companies were trapped in their positions, unable to move through the pounding fire. The barrage was not just aimed at the front. German gunners also targeted towns and villages behind the lines. Knowing these were where American reserves and supplies were held, Bastogne, Houffalize, and other key points were hit. Trucks burned in the streets, and ammunition dumps erupted in chain explosions. In some places, the first shell to land was followed instantly by a second, timed to catch anyone trying to help the wounded. The sound was constant. It filled the air, pressed on the ears, and seemed to push the breath out of the lungs. For the men enduring it, time stretched. Seconds felt like minutes. Minutes felt like hours. The dark sky, the fog, and the snow made it impossible to see more than a few yards in any direction. The only light came from the bursts of exploding shells and the flickering fires they left behind. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the barrage shifted. The shells began to creep forward, walking across the landscape in a pattern the Germans had perfected. First, smashing the front line, then moving to the rear to cut off escape, then swinging back to finish what was left. And behind that moving curtain of fire, the ground assault began. From the fog and the shattered tree line, German infantry emerged in force. In the north, units of the 6th Panzer Army moved toward the Loschim Gap, aiming to punch through the thin American defenses there. In the center, Hasso von Manteufel's 5th Panzer Army advanced toward Bastogne, their armored spearheads rumbling forward behind the infantry. In the south, the 7th Army began its push to secure the flank. For the Americans, the shock was total. Many positions were manned by inexperienced replacements, men who had never been under fire like this. Some broke and ran, Others fought desperately, even as their positions were being overrun. Officers scrambled to make sense of the chaos, shouting orders over the din, trying to rally their men. But with communications shattered, coordination was almost impossible. In Clairvaux, Private Carter grabbed his rifle and scrambled out of his dugout. The air was filled with drifting smoke and snow. Somewhere ahead he could see dark figures moving. Too many, too fast to be a local patrol. Bullets snapped past him, kicking up puffs of snow. He dropped into the nearest shell crater, trying to see where the fire was coming from. A mortar shell landed nearby, the blast slamming him against the frozen earth. In Hossingen, Corporal Jenkins and his squad fired into the fog through muzzle flashes, briefly lighting the pale outlines of enemy soldiers. The Germans were coming in waves, their shapes flickering in and out of sight. Every time a machine gun opened up, the Germans dropped flat, then crawled forward again. The Americans were holding, for now, but they could feel the weight pressing against them. More men, more guns, more momentum. The artillery had done its job. The American line was reeling, and the German advance was moving with speed and purpose. In places, the attackers had already penetrated miles into the thin defenses. Villages were falling. Crossroads were being seized, and in the confusion, some American units were cut off entirely without knowing it. And all along the front, the same questions echoed in the minds of the men under fire. Where did they come from? How many are there? And how in God's name do we stop them? By mid-morning, the fog was still thick. The snow was still falling, and the Germans were still coming. In the headquarters of the 8th Corps, reports were arriving in fragments. An outpost overrun. Here, a bridge lost there. Artillery batteries destroyed before they could fire a shot. But the full scale of the attack was still invisible. The commanders did not yet realize that this was not a local assault. It was the opening, move of an offensive that stretched from one end of the Ardennes to the other. In the villages now under siege, the American soldiers fought from house to house, doorway to doorway, trying to hold until help could arrive. But the help they needed was miles away, and the roads to reach them were already under German fire. Somewhere near the Loschim Gap, a young American lieutenant radioed, his battalion headquarters through a line that crackled with static. "We're holding," he shouted over the gunfire. "But they keep coming. They're everywhere. Tanks, infantry, everything. If you've got anything to send it now." Moments later, the line went dead. The dawn of December 16th had broken not with sunlight, but with fire. The artillery barrage had been the opening chord in a symphony of destruction, and its echoes would carry for weeks. The men on the line now knew they were facing something far greater than a raid or a probe. They were in the path of the largest German attack on the Western Front since 1940, and the day had only just begun. The snow was still falling when the fog began to move, not drifting lazily with the wind, but pushed forward by something heavy, something vast. At first, it was only a sound, the grinding of metal tracks, the low rumble of engines, the muffled clink of gear against steel. Then the shapes emerged, dark and hulking, their outlines broken by branches tied to their hulls for camouflage. Tanks, dozens of them. Behind them, lines of infantry in grey, their heads low, their rifles ready, their boots crunching through the snow. For the Americans holding the Loschim Gap, it was the moment the quiet ended forever. The Loschim Gap was not much to look at on a map, just a narrow corridor between steep wooded ridges on the Belgian-German border. But it was a natural highway through the Ardennes, one of the few places where armor could move quickly. The Germans knew its value. In May of 1940, their Panzers had surged through here on their way to France. Now, 4.5 years later, They were coming again. On the morning of December 16th, the thin American line guarding the gap was already reeling from the artillery barrage that had opened the German offensive. Communications were shattered, outposts were smashed, and many positions were manned by small, isolated groups with little idea of the scale of the attack. The 99th Infantry Division, made up largely of inexperienced soldiers fresh from the United States, held much of the sector. They were supported by elements of the 14th Cavalry Group, whose lightly armed reconnaissance vehicles were no match for what was coming from the east. Sepp Dietrich's 6th SS Panzer Army pushed forward with brutal precision. Its spearhead, led by Kampfgruppe Piper, an armored battle group commanded by the ambitious and ruthless Joachim. Piper had one mission: smash through the American defenses at the Lojim Gap and drive west without delay. Piper's force included Panther and Tiger II tanks, armored half-tracks, and self-propelled guns, backed by seasoned SS infantry. Against this, the Americans had little more than rifles, machine guns, and a handful of towed anti-tank guns. Private Robert Harris of the 99th, crouched in his foxhole on a snowy slope overlooking the main road. His ears still rang from the morning's shelling, and his hands shook as he tried to reload his M1 rifle. Through the fog, he caught sight of movement, figures fanning out across the snow, their grey coats blending into the white. A moment later, the sharp crack of a tank gun split the air, and the house his squad had been using as a command post erupted in flame. The German assault was relentless. Artillery fire continued to pound the ridgelines, smashing any defensive position that revealed itself. Infantry advanced in waves, using the folds of the ground for cover, while tanks moved deliberately up the narrow road, their thick armor shrugging off the small arms fire that rattled against them. Machine gun nests that tried to hold their ground were quickly zeroed in on by German mortars. At one road junction, a platoon of the 14th Cavalry Group tried to block the advance with a pair of M8 armored cars. They fired burst after burst from their 37mm guns, but the rounds bounced harmlessly off the frontal armor of the lead Panther. The return fire was devastating. Within minutes, both vehicles were burning, their crews scrambling out into the snow. The Americans fought hard, but they were stretched too thin. Positions were often miles apart, connected only by narrow roads that were now under direct German observation and fire. Every attempt to reinforce a threatened point was met by the same problem: artillery and machine gun fire, choking the approach routes. The defenders were not just outnumbered, they were being smothered. Corporal James Fallon, manning a .30 caliber machine gun on the edge of a village near Loschimmergraben, saw the enemy armor before he heard it. The Panther appeared out of the fog like a giant, its gun slowly traversing toward his position. He fired anyway, the bullets sparking uselessly against its hull. The tank fired once, and his position was gone, just a crater in the snow and twisted metal. By mid-morning, the Germans had forced several breakthroughs along the gap. The key village of Loschimmergraben was under assault from multiple directions. American units there, already battered by the shelling, were being pushed back street by street. The cold, the fog, and the confusion turned the battle into a series of close-range fights, sometimes at ranges so short that the soldiers could see the frost on the breath of the men they were firing at. Kampfgruppe Piper, moving with speed and aggression, bypassed pockets of resistance wherever possible. The goal was not to grind forward inch by inch, but to slice through and keep going. In this way, they left behind isolated American positions, cut off from the rest of the line, their fate sealed. Some of these outposts fought on for hours, sending desperate radio calls for help that would never come. The Lojim Gap's geography, so advantageous for a rapid advance, now worked entirely in Germany's favor. The narrowness of the corridor meant that once the lead elements broke through, they could push deep into the American rear before the defenders could organize a counterattack. And with the skies still close to Allied aircraft, there was nothing to slow the armored columns as they poured westward. Private Harris and the remnants of his squad were finally ordered to fall. Back toward Elsenborn, one of the few defensible ridges behind the gap. They moved in small groups, darting from cover to cover, pursued by the crack of rifle fire and the deeper thud of tank guns. Along the road, they passed wrecked jeeps and trucks, some still smoldering, others abandoned in ditches. The snow around them was turned brown and red. For the Americans, the retreat was chaotic. Units fell back without knowing where the nearest friendly position was. Others tried to hold crossroads to buy time, only to be overrun minutes later. In some cases, the German advance was so fast that retreating American troops found themselves stumbling directly into enemy columns. By the afternoon of December 16th, the Loschim Gap was effectively in German hands. The spearheads were already pushing toward their next objectives, leaving behind burning vehicles, shattered villages, and the bodies of the men who had tried to hold the line. The speed of the breakthrough shocked even some German officers who had expected heavier resistance. For the Americans, it was a grim awakening, proof that the attack they were facing was no local raid, but a full-scale offensive with the power to tear the front apart. And this was only the northern edge of the German assault. As Kampfgruppe Piper and the 6th SS Panzer Army surged through the gap, other breakthroughs were being forced further south. The Ardennes was cracking open, and the enemy was flooding in. The defenders, who survived the Loschim Gap, would later describe the day. In fragments, the fog that never lifted, the sudden roar of tanks appearing out of nowhere, the helplessness of firing at armor that could not be stopped, the moment when they realized the line was gone. Now the road west lay open, and the Germans intended to take it. The snow on the narrow Ardennes roads was stained black with oil and red with blood. The air trembled with the deep, unbroken growl of tank engines. In the lead vehicles, German officers leaned over maps spread across their knees, their eyes flicking from the twisting ribbons of road ahead to the ticking hands of their watches. Every second mattered now. If they could reach the Meuse River before the Americans could react, the offensive might succeed. If they were slowed, it would die in the snow. For the planners in Berlin, the Meuse was not just a river, it was the key. Flowing north through Belgium toward the sea, it was the last major natural barrier before the open plains that led to Antwerp. The German strategy depended on crossing it quickly at key points, Dinant, Namur, and Hue, before the Allies could bring reinforcements to defend the bridges. Once across, they could push into the heart of Belgium, split the British and American armies in two, and starve both halves of the supplies pouring in through Antwerp's docks. The problem was distance. From the start lines in the Ardennes to the Meuse was nearly 70 miles, across snow-choked, winding roads, through forests, towns and crossroads that the Americans would fight desperately to hold, and every hour lost would give the Allies more time to react. The German timetable allowed just 3 or 4 days to reach the river. Leading the charge in the north was Kampfgruppe Piper, the spearhead of Sepp Dietrich's 6th SS Panzer Army. Piper's orders were simple: move fast, bypass resistance, and seize the crossings at Huey. His column of tanks, half-tracks, and support vehicles stretched for miles, a steel serpent moving through the forest. Behind him, other German armored formations were fanning out toward their own objectives, all with the same goal, the Meuse. In the center, Hasso von Manteuffel's 5th Panzer Army aimed its thrust at the crossings near Dinant. This was the main weight of the offensive. The blow meant to punch deep into the Allied rear and drive the wedge between the British and American forces. Manteufel's troops were well trained, many of them veterans of the Eastern Front. But they faced a different challenge here, not endless Russian steppes, but narrow Belgian roads that could bottleneck an entire division if one tank was knocked out in the wrong place. The race began the moment the first American positions in the Loschim Gap and other forward defenses were broken. German armored columns surged forward, infantry clinging to the backs of tanks, motorcyclists weaving between vehicles to carry orders. The snow fell steadily, mixing with the exhaust smoke to create a haze that hung low over the roads. Speed was everything, but speed came at a price. At every village, at every crossroads, American units fought to delay the advance. Sometimes it was only a handful of men with a machine gun or a bazooka, but each delay mattered. A single well-placed roadblock could stop a column for an hour, and an hour lost in this race could be fatal to the timetable. Near the village of Lanzerath, an American reconnaissance platoon of just 18% men held off a battalion of German paratroopers for nearly an entire day. They were eventually surrounded and captured, but their stubborn stand forced the attackers to lose precious time before moving on. Further west, in the town of St. Vith, American defenders began organizing a defense that would soon become a major obstacle in the German path to the river. Inside the German columns, tension was rising. The vehicles were packed nose to tail, their crews unable to see more than a few yards ahead through the swirling snow. A knocked-out truck or tank could bring the whole advance to a standstill until it was pushed aside. Fuel shortages added to the danger. Every stop meant idling engines, burning precious gasoline that could not be easily replaced. Obersturmbannführer Piper drove his men hard. He ordered bypasses around pockets of resistance, leaving them for follow-up units to clear. His column was a knife aimed at the heart of the Allied line, and he had no intention of letting it get stuck in the handle. The faster they moved, the better the chance of reaching WWII before the Americans could dig in. But moving fast in the Ardennes in winter was not simple. Snow turned to ice on the roads, and heavy vehicles skidded dangerously on sharp bends. Bridges groaned under the weight of Tiger II tanks, some collapsing entirely and forcing long detours. Civilian refugees, pushing carts or leading livestock, clogged the roads in places, forcing vehicles to slow or halt altogether. Each delay was another minute slipping away from the plan. In the central sector, Manteufel's 2nd Panzer Division pushed relentlessly toward the Meuse crossings at Dinant. The orders from Berlin were clear: take the bridges intact, if possible, destroy them if necessary to deny them to the Allies. But Manteufel knew that without those bridges, the offensive would be stopped cold at the river. He urged his men to keep moving, to push through any obstacle. American commanders, once they realized the scale of the attack, began rushing reserves to the threatened sectors. Armored units were pulled from other fronts. Engineer units prepared demolition, charges for the bridges, and artillery batteries set up along the riverbanks. The Germans did not know exactly how much time they had before these defenses solidified, but they knew the clock was ticking. By December 17th, the second day of the offensive, the German spearheads were making progress, but not enough. Stubborn American resistance at key points was slowing the advance. The timetable that looked possible on paper was proving much harder to achieve in reality. Columns bunched up on the roads, stalled by wrecks, mines, or ambushes. The fuel convoys, vital to keeping the Panzers moving, were struggling to keep up in the snow and mud. In the north, Piper's force captured several villages and pushed deeper into Belgium. But every mile gained was costing time and fuel. In the center, Manteufel's advance was slowed by the growing fight for Bastogne, where American forces were beginning to dig in. This small town sat at a road network that controlled movement in the central, Ardennes, and without it, moving quickly toward the Meuse would be much harder. Still, the German commanders pressed on. They knew that if they could reach the Meuse in force, the Allies would be forced to pull back across a broad front. The river crossings were the prize, the point where the offensive could shift from a breakthrough into a deep penetration of enemy territory. For the men at the front of the spearheads, the race was felt in every order shouted, every engine revved, every moment spent waiting for the road ahead to clear. They were chasing not just the Meuse but time itself, and time was running out. On the night of December 17th, in a cold Belgian farmhouse commandeered, as a headquarters, Piper spread his map on a wooden table. The candlelight flickered across the lines, showing his route to Huey. He was still many miles away, and the reports coming in spoke of American roadblocks and armored units moving to intercept. He knew the next 48 hours would decide whether his gamble succeeded or the river would remain an uncrossable barrier. The Meuse was close enough to imagine, but still far enough to slip away. And with every hour, the Allies were closing the distance, not just to the river but to the men racing toward it. The snow-covered field was silent, except for the sound of boots crunching over ice and the sharp breaths of men standing in the cold. Just hours earlier, these American soldiers had been fighting. Now, they stood unarmed, their hands raised, their weapons tossed into the back of German trucks. For a moment, it seemed they might survive the day as prisoners of war. Then, without warning, machine guns opened fire. The white snow exploded into red. Men fell where they stood. Others tried to run. None got far. It was December 17th, 1944, the second day of the German offensive. Kampfgruppe Piper, the spearhead of the one-stone SS Panzer division, was pushing west in its race toward the Meuse River. Led by SS Obersturmbannführer Joachim Piper, the column was a mix of Panther and Tiger II tanks, half-tracks, artillery, and supply trucks. Their orders were simple: move fast, take key objectives, and keep advancing at all costs. Prisoners, civilians, obstacles, none were to slow them down. That morning, near the crossroads town of Bastogne, just outside Malmedy, Piper's column encountered a convoy of about 30 American vehicles from the 285th Field Artillery Observation Battalion. The Americans, lightly armed and traveling in trucks and jeeps, had been trying to reposition when they ran headlong into the German armor. They never stood a chance. Outgunned and surrounded, they surrendered quickly, stepping out into the cold with their hands up. The Germans herded them into a field beside the road, guarded by SS troops with machine pistols and rifles. Other German vehicles passed by, some slowing to look at the group of prisoners before continuing west. For the Americans, it was an uneasy wait. They expected to be marched to the rear and processed as prisoners of war. The rules of the Geneva Convention were well known to both sides. Some spoke quietly, trying to keep warm. Others stared at the snow, their breath steaming in the frigid air. Then, without any formal order that could be heard by the prisoners, gunfire erupted. Multiple machine guns raked the group from close range. Men fell in waves, the impact of the bullets throwing them backward into the snow. Some were killed instantly. Others cried out in shock and pain. The firing paused only briefly before another burst tore through the survivors. Panic took hold. Some of the Americans turned and ran toward a nearby line of trees, slipping on the ice, stumbling over the bodies of their comrades. German soldiers fired at their backs, cutting them down as they fled. A few reached the edge of the woods, diving into the drifts and trying to crawl to safety. Many of those were hunted down and shot where they lay. When it was over, the field was littered with bodies. More than 80 American soldiers lay dead in the snow. A handful survived by feigning death, lying still among the fallen while the Germans moved on. Hours later, they crawled or staggered away, making their way to Allied lines with the first accounts of what had happened. The news spread quickly through the American ranks. The Malmedy massacre, as it came to be known, became more than just an atrocity. It became a rallying cry. Soldiers who heard of it spoke in hard, clipped voices about what it meant. If captured by Piper's men, there would be no mercy. The word passed down through the units in the path of the German advance. Hold your ground. Fight to the last, because surrender is no guarantee of survival. For Piper's force, the massacre was not an isolated act of violence. In the days that followed, similar killings of prisoners and civilians were reported in other towns along their route, including Stavelot and Chenille. Whether these were direct orders or the result of discipline breaking down in the rush, forward remains debated by historians, but the effect was the same. The SS spearhead left behind a trail of fear and fury. The impact on Allied resolve was immediate. Units facing Piper's column began to fight with renewed determination, knowing that falling into SS hands could mean death. In some cases, this knowledge hardened the will of American soldiers holding key road junctions, delaying the German timetable even at a terrible cost to themselves. At Stavelot, at Stoumont, and at La Glaise, small forces stood their ground against overwhelming odds, forcing Piper to fight for every mile. Among the survivors of Malmedy, the memories of that day remained etched into their minds for life. Private First Class Ted Palouche, one of those who escaped, later recalled running across the snow with bullets striking around him, hearing the thuds of men falling behind him, and feeling the frozen air tear at his lungs as he fled. He never forgot the faces of the men who didn't make it. The massacre also had a strategic cost for the Germans. Once reports reached Allied command, orders went out to spread the warning to all frontline units. This not only hardened American resistance, but also justified, in the minds of many, soldiers, a policy of refusing to take SS troops prisoner in the heat of battle. For Piper's Kampfgruppe, this meant that when the tide of the offensive began to turn, there would be no safe surrender. On the morning after the massacre, the snow began to fall again over Bastogne. American troops, advancing as the front shifted, came upon the frozen field. The bodies lay where they had fallen, many still in the positions they had died in, some with their hands raised, others curled against the cold. The scene was photographed, documented, and recorded for the war crimes investigations that would take place after the war. In the moment, though, the massacre was not about trials or history. It was about survival, vengeance, and the will to fight on. For the Americans in the Ardennes, it became proof that this was not just another battle. It was a fight against an enemy that had abandoned the rules of war. And in the days ahead, that knowledge would stiffen the resolve of the men holding Bastogne, delaying Saint-Vith, and counterattacking in the frozen woods. Kampfgruppe Piper would not reach the Meuse. Fuel shortages, blown bridges, and stubborn resistance slowed their advance until it ground to a halt at La Glaise. In the end, they were forced to abandon their vehicles and retreat on foot through the snow, leaving their dead and wounded behind. But the shadow of Malmedy would follow them, staining their name in history and ensuring that, wherever they went in the remaining weeks of the war, they were met with unyielding defiance. The field at Bastogne, quiet again after the guns had moved on, became a symbol of brutality, of sacrifice, and of the thin line between soldier and victim in war. For the men who survived the Ardennes, it was a reminder of why they fought to the end. And for the German offensive, it marked the point where the race to the Meuse was no longer just a battle of speed, but a battle of will. A battle the Allies were now determined to win, whatever the cost. The cold was a living thing, clawing at exposed skin, biting through wool and leather. Snow fell in slow, lazy flakes, settling on the helmets of men crouched in shallow foxholes around a small Belgian town. Somewhere in the distance, the low growl of engines echoed through the frozen air. Then came the sharper sound, the distinct metallic clatter of tank treads on ice. The men looked at each other in silence. They knew what it meant. Bastogne was surrounded. It was December 19th, 1944. Just days earlier, Bastogne had been another quiet market town in the Ardennes, a cluster of stone buildings, a church steeple, and cobbled streets. Now, it was the center of a storm. German forces advancing through the Ardennes had swung around it from both north and south, sealing off every road in and out. Inside that ring, about 12,000 American soldiers prepared to hold the town against a force that outnumbered them by more than 2 to 1. Bastogne was no random target. It was the hub of a web of 7 major roads in the snow-covered hills and forests of the Ardennes. These roads were lifelines, the only reliable way to move troops, tanks, and supplies. Whoever held Bastogne could control the central sector of the German offensive. If the Germans took it, their armored divisions could push west toward the Meuse River without fear of being cut off. If the Americans held it, the German advance would be choked. The task of defending Bastogne fell to the 101 Stones Airborne Division, commanded by Brigadier General Anthony M.C. Orliffe. The Screaming Eagles had been resting and refitting after the battles in Holland. When the German offensive began, they were rushed to the Ardennes in open trucks, many without proper winter gear. Alongside them were elements of the 10th Armored Division, combat engineers, artillery units, and scattered infantry from other formations retreating ahead of the German advance. The encirclement did not happen in one dramatic moment. It closed like a tightening noose over several days. As the 101st moved into position, German armored columns probed the approaches to the town. Skirmishes flared along the perimeter, a farmhouse defended to the last man here, a crossroads blocked by burning vehicles there. But by the 19th, the picture was clear. Every road leading out of Bastogne was in German hands. The Americans were cut off. Inside the town, the soldiers worked frantically to prepare their defenses. Roadblocks were built from logs, carts, and anything else that could slow a tank. Barbed wire was strung across open spaces. Machine gun nests were dug into the frozen earth. In the surrounding villages and fields, the infantry dug foxholes and trenches, their shovels, striking frozen ground so hard that every foot of progress felt like breaking rock. The weather was as much an enemy as the Germans. Temperatures plunged well below freezing. Snowstorms swept in without warning, coating weapons in ice and numbing fingers until they could barely pull a trigger. Many soldiers had no winter boots or gloves. Frostbite cases mounted daily. Yet the cold also kept Allied aircraft grounded, cutting off the most reliable means of supply and support. Morale was a strange mixture of defiance and exhaustion. Men who had fought in Normandy and Holland knew what it meant to be surrounded, but few had faced it in such brutal conditions. Supplies were already short. Ammunition was rationed. Food carefully divided. Medical units set up in cellars and barns worked by lantern light, wrapping wounds with whatever cloth they could find. Private First Class Joe Arnett, of the 101 Stones Airborne remembered crouching in his foxhole on the town's northern edge, listening to the rumble of German tanks just beyond the tree line. He could feel the ground vibrate under him with each engine's growl. "We knew they were out there," he recalled, "just waiting to come for us." The Germans wasted no time testing the defenses. In the first days of the siege, they launched probing attacks from multiple directions, trying to find weak spots. Each was thrown back, often at close range. At the village of Noville, just northeast of Bastogne, a small force of American paratroopers and tank destroyers held off an entire German Panzer battalion for hours before being forced back into the town. The fight delayed the Germans long enough for the 101st to strengthen its lines. By now, the German encirclement was complete. To the west, the road to Neufchâteau was blocked by tanks and artillery. To the north, the road to Houffalize was closed. To the south, German troops held the high ground along the road to Ardennes. The eastward routes were also cut, sealing the pocket entirely. Inside it, the Americans had only what they had brought with them and what they could take from the enemy. Artillery duels became a constant background to life in Bastogne. The town's defenders had several battalions of howitzers, and they used them to pound German assembly areas and disrupt attacks. The Germans replied with heavy guns of their own, and the sound of shells whistling overhead became part of the daily rhythm. Buildings were hit and burned. The church steeple was shattered, and rubble filled the streets. Civilians huddled in cellars, enduring the siege alongside the soldiers. The men of the 101 Stones Airborne were not alone in the defense. Elements of the 705th Tank Destroyer Battalion and the 755th Armored Field Artillery joined the fight, as did combat engineers who often fought as infantry when needed. Units from the 9th and 28th Infantry Divisions, cut off during the German advance, also became part of the garrison. Together, they formed a patchwork force that was determined to hold, no matter what. The German strategy was simple: keep Bastogne surrounded, pound it with artillery, and wait for shortages and exhaustion to force a surrender. But they underestimated the resolve of the men inside. Each attack on the perimeter was met with fierce resistance. Small groups of American soldiers held crossroads, farmhouses, and wooded ridges against larger enemy forces, buying time and bleeding the German advance. The weather continued to be both a blessing and a curse. The same snow and fog that kept Allied aircraft from dropping supplies also prevented the Germans from using their full strength in coordinated assaults. Tank movements were slow on icy roads, and visibility was often too poor for accurate artillery fire. By December 22nd, the siege had settled into a grim routine. The Germans tightened their ring, sending patrols to probe the lines and look for gaps. American units shifted their positions constantly, moving men and guns to meet each new threat. Supplies were critically low. The medical staff ran out of morphine. The soldiers boiled snow for drinking water, using whatever fuel they could find to keep fires going for warmth. Rations were cut to almost nothing. That morning, under a white flag, a German delegation approached the lines north of Bastogne. They carried a written demand for the town's surrender, warning that continued resistance would lead to its total destruction. The message was delivered to General M.C. Orliffe. His reply was short, and would become one of the most famous in American military history. Nuts. The word was typed up, handed back to the German envoys, and sent down the line. The answer was as much for the men in the foxholes as it was for the enemy. It told them that there would be no surrender, no retreat. Bastogne would be held, but holding it would come at a terrible cost. The Germans were massing for larger attacks. The weather showed no sign of breaking. Relief forces, if they were coming at all, were still miles away, and in the frozen fields and forests around Bastogne, the ring was tightening. The siege was only beginning. The cold struck first, long before the shells, long before the tanks. It crept into gloves and boots, stiffening fingers until they could barely grip a trigger. It stole the breath from the lungs and replaced it with a sharp, burning ache. In the Ardennes, during December of 1944, the weather itself became a killer, as lethal as any bullet, as merciless as any artillery barrage. Snow had been falling for days, blanketing the forest in white, muting every sound. To the men on both sides, it was beautiful only for a moment before it turned into a trap. The drifts hid mines, obscured the shapes of foxholes, and swallowed the wheels of jeeps and trucks. The roads became narrow lanes of ice, where a single skid could send a heavy vehicle into a ditch, its crew stranded in the freezing air. The fog was the second enemy. It rolled through the valleys without warning, thick and damp, blinding the soldiers to the world just a few feet in front of them. Patrols vanished into it and emerged in the wrong place, or not at all. For the Allies, the fog was especially cruel. Their dominance in the air, one of their greatest advantages, was grounded. The fighter bombers that could have harassed the German columns stayed silent on their runways. The observation planes that might have spotted troop movements never left the ground. The Germans, moving under this natural curtain, advanced unseen. The cold was relentless. The temperatures often dropped below freezing, sometimes well into the negatives. At night, the men slept in damp clothes, their boots stiff with ice. In the morning, frostbite became a constant threat, turning the skin grey and numb before rotting it black. In some units, entire squads were evacuated, not because of wounds from the enemy, but because their feet and hands could no longer function. Private First Class James Turner, of the 101 Stones Airborne, remembered waking in his foxhole with a layer of ice over his blanket. "I thought it was snow at first," he said years later, "but it was my own breath, freezing where it fell. You'd curl up to keep warm, but that just made you colder because you weren't moving. It was like the cold reached inside you and stayed there. Wet clothes were worse than no clothes at all. Snow melted against the skin when the soldiers worked or marched, soaking through their wool uniforms, only to freeze again when they stopped moving. Gloves stiffened into claws that had to be thawed before the fingers could bend. Helmets gathered frost along their rims. Weapons misfired when the oil froze in their mechanisms. The weather punished the wounded most of all. Men hit by gunfire or shrapnel bled faster in the cold, their bodies unable to keep up with the loss of heat. A soldier who might have lived through his wounds in the summer could die within minutes in the winter, simply because his core temperature had dropped too far. Medics fought a constant battle, not just to stop the bleeding, but to keep their patients alive long enough to be moved. Blankets were scarce. Fires were impossible to light without drawing enemy attention. The snow changed the way sound traveled. On some days, it muffled everything, so a man could move within yards of an enemy without being heard. On others, the air was so clear and still that voices carried for miles. The crunch of boots could betray a patrol in seconds. The weather didn't just kill. It shaped the battle, turning tactics into guesswork and forcing commanders to make decisions with almost no reliable information. For the men at Bastogne, already surrounded, the weather was a cage. The roads in and out were buried in snow or locked in ice, making resupply by land impossible. Airdrops were the only hope, but the low clouds and blizzards made them rare and unpredictable. The soldiers learned to stretch every ration, to melt snow for water, and to scavenge what they could from abandoned farms and destroyed vehicles. On the German side, the weather was no kinder. Their offensive depended on speed, on columns of tanks and trucks covering miles each day. But in the snow and fog, movement slowed to a crawl. Fuel trucks became bogged down. Armored vehicles skidded on icy slopes, sliding into ditches, or blocking the road for hours. The same fog that shielded them from Allied aircraft also made it impossible for them to coordinate their attacks with precision. Orders were delayed, columns got lost in the winding forest roads, yet the Germans had planned for some of it. Many of their troops were equipped with white camouflage, blending into the snow. They were better prepared for winter travel, with skis and sledges in some units. Still, the weather made every mile of progress harder than the one before. What looked like a straight line on a map became an exhausting, dangerous trek in reality. The fog's greatest gift to the Germans, the grounding of Allied aircraft, was also its most fragile. If the skies cleared, even for a few hours, American and British planes could shred supply lines and ambush columns caught in the open. Every officer knew it, and every man on the ground prayed for the clouds to hold. Inside the frozen foxholes, the war took on a strange rhythm. The days were measured by the times when the snow eased, the nights by the deepening cold. Men talked less, conserving their energy, conserving their warmth. Letters from home froze in their pockets. Rifles were kept inside coats to keep the metal from becoming too brittle to handle. For some, the weather blurred the line between friend and foe. In moments of shared suffering, the soldiers on both sides fought the same invisible enemy. There were accounts, rare but real, of brief truces to recover wounded, men from the snow, or to allow medics to work without being shot at. But these moments vanished quickly, replaced by the unrelenting reality of combat. By late December, the weather began to shift. The skies cleared in bursts, revealing the frozen landscape from above for the first time in days. For the Allies, it was a signal that their air power could finally return to the fight. For the Germans, it was a warning that the shield they had relied on was about to disappear. But for the men in the foxholes, the clearing skies did not mean relief. The cold stayed, the snow stayed, the long nights stayed. The weather had shaped every movement, every plan, every death in the Ardennes. It was the one factor no general could command, no soldier could overcome. It punished the careless, broke the weak, and spared no one. In the Battle of the Bulge, bullets and shells decided the victories on the map. But the weather decided who lived long enough to see them. And with the skies opening, the invisible enemy was about to be joined by an old and deadly foe, the roar of Allied planes returning to the frozen battlefield. The sound came first, the slow, rhythmic clank of treads on frozen pavement, echoing across the snow-covered fields. Then came the faint silhouettes moving in the morning mist, the hulking shapes of German tanks, their guns pointing forward like spears. Ahead of them, scattered along a narrow Belgian crossroads, fewer than 24 American soldiers stood behind makeshift barricades of logs, wrecked vehicles, and snow-packed earth. Their orders were clear: hold this intersection, hold it at all costs. It was a task as vital as it was impossible. Bastogne, surrounded now on all sides, depended on a series of roadblocks spread out like the spokes of a wheel. Each roadblock guarded one of the 7 main routes leading into the town. If even one was lost, the Germans could push directly into Bastogne with their armor and overwhelm the defenders. If all held, the siege could last long enough for relief to arrive. The men assigned to these positions came from everywhere: paratroopers of the 101 Stones Airborne, tank crews from April. The 10th Armored Division, combat engineers and artillerymen fighting as infantry, even clerks and cooks pressed into the line. They were scattered in small groups, sometimes no more than a squad, or two, covering ground that should have been held by an entire company. Many had no heavy weapons beyond bazookas and a few 50 caliber machine guns. They had little winter clothing, little food, and nowhere to retreat. One such roadblock lay on the icy road near the village of Marvy, southeast of Bastogne. Lieutenant Charles Boggis and his men had positioned their Sherman tanks and half-tracks to cover the approach. The snow muffled the rumble of the German armor, until it was almost too late. Suddenly, the lead Panther tank appeared around a bend, its hull whitewashed. For camouflage, its long barrel swinging toward the American line. The Shermans fired first, their shells sparking off the Panther's thick frontal armor. The return shot from the German tank punched through one of the Shermans in a blast of fire and smoke. The Americans did not break. Using bazookas at close range, they aimed for the weaker side armor of the German tanks, darting from cover to cover in the snow. Engineers detonated charges on the road itself, cratering it to slow the advance. Every yard gained by the enemy was paid for in time, and time was the one thing Bastogne's defenders needed most. At another roadblock near Neuville, just north of the town, a mixed force of paratroopers and tank destroyers faced an entire battalion of German armor. The Americans positioned themselves among the buildings, firing from windows and doorways, forcing the German tanks to slow down and fight their way forward. When the armor tried to bypass the village, the defenders shifted to cover the new approach, trading shots with the Panzers at ranges so close they could see the expressions on the enemy crews. Eventually, with their position nearly surrounded, the Americans fell back toward Bastogne, but they had delayed the German timetable by hours. The roadblocks were more than physical barriers. They were psychological ones. German commanders, uncertain of the size of the forces ahead of them, often halted to deploy their units cautiously, giving the Americans more time to reinforce or withdraw in good order. In reality, many of these roadblocks were held by only a fraction of the force the Germans imagined. The courage and aggression of the defenders created the illusion of greater strength. Private Joseph Gillette, manning a machine gun at a crossroads west of Bastogne, recalled the sensation of watching a line of enemy half-tracks approach through the falling snow. It was like watching a wave roll toward you. He said later, "You knew it was going to break over you, and all you could do was fire into it, until it did." His gun crew emptied belt after belt of ammunition into the column, cutting down the infantry who tried to advance ahead of the vehicles. When the half-tracks pulled back, they left the road littered with bodies and burning wreckage. In some cases, the roadblocks became the focal points for some of the most brutal small unit actions of the siege. At the village of Ardennes, paratroopers of the 501 Stones parachute. Infantry fought in house-to-house combat to hold the southern approach. German infantry, supported by tanks, stormed through the streets, only to be met with grenades from upstairs windows and bazooka fire from behind barns. The fight raged for hours, each side seizing and losing the same buildings repeatedly. In the end, the Americans withdrew to a tighter defensive line, but once again, the road was still blocked. What made these actions remarkable was the scale of the opposition. The German units attacking the roadblocks often had 10 times the manpower and vastly superior firepower. Yet time and again, small American detachments held on long enough to throw off the German advance. They made the enemy pay in delay, in confusion, and in casualties. For the men at these posts, the experience was one of constant tension. Every sound in the distance, might be the approach of another German attack. The nights were worse. The cold deepened, frost clung to their weapons, and visibility dropped to almost nothing. Listening posts were placed forward of the main defenses, their job to give a warning when engines or movement were detected. Those men knew they might be overrun in the first moments of a fight. The weather compounded every hardship. Snow filled the foxholes and covered the barrels of the guns. Gloves stiffened with ice, making it hard to reload or handle ammunition. The wounded risked freezing to death before they could be moved to aid stations. Yet despite these conditions, the roadblock units fought with a determination born of necessity. They knew there was nowhere to retreat to. Behind them lay Bastogne, already surrounded, already under siege. By December 23rd, the roadblocks had done their work. The German timetable for taking Bastogne had been shredded. Attacks came in from multiple directions, but none broke through quickly enough to collapse the defense. The perimeter around the town, though thin, held, and as the skies began to clear, the first Allied supply drops fell to the surrounded garrison. A direct result of the time bought by the men at the crossroads. The roadblocks had not stopped the German advance entirely, but they had slowed it to a crawl. Every delay tightened the defenders' grip on Bastogne and made the German situation more desperate. The cost in lives was high, but their sacrifice bought more than ours. It bought hope. The hope that relief forces might reach the town before it fell. And even as supplies began to arrive from the air, the men holding Bastogne knew the siege was far from over. The Germans were not done. They were preparing for something bigger, something meant to smash the defense once and for all. The crossroads would be tested again, and this time the storm would be heavier than anything they had yet faced. The snow in the Ardennes was still falling when, far to the south, Patton made a decision that would change the course of the battle. In Bastogne, the 101 Stones Airborne Division was surrounded, fighting without relief against superior numbers. In Luxembourg, the German advance was still pressing hard. And in Patton's sector, his Third Army faced east, ready to continue its drive into Germany. But in a single moment, he would turn that entire army 90 degrees, pivoting north through the snow and ice in one of the most audacious maneuvers of the war. The order was not the product of panic. It was the result of preparation. Days earlier, at a meeting in Verdun with General Eisenhower and other senior commanders, the room had been tense. Reports from the Ardennes made it clear that the German offensive was far more than a local counterattack. Eisenhower wanted options. Patton offered 3. He could wheel a part of his army north to strike the southern flank of the Bulge, move his entire force east to attack the base of the German advance, or, his most daring proposal, swing a large part of his army north and hit the enemy head-on to relieve Bastogne. When Eisenhower asked how soon he could make the move, Patton's answer stunned the room. In 48 hours, the other commanders looked at him in disbelief. Moving an army was not like shifting a single division. It meant changing supply routes, turning convoys, reassigning artillery, reorienting maps, and ensuring that tens of thousands of men, tanks, and vehicles could leave one battle and enter another. Under normal conditions, it might take a week. In the snow and ice of the Ardennes in December, it should have been impossible. Patton had already planned for it. He had quietly instructed his staff to draw up contingency orders for a pivot north days before the meeting. His officers knew the routes, the assembly areas, and the fuel requirements. They even had the marching tables, precise schedules dictating when each unit would move, where they would be at every hour, and how the columns would pass each other on the narrow roads without creating chaos. The moment Eisenhower gave the word, Patton's staff put the plan into motion. Orders were flashed to the corps commanders. The tanks of the 4th Armored Division, the infantry of the 26th and 80th Divisions, and the artillery that would support them, all began to pull out of their positions. Supply convoys were rerouted. Bridges were cleared for heavy vehicles and military. Police were sent ahead to control intersections and keep the roads moving. The pivot itself was a logistical nightmare. The roads were icy and clogged with snow. Civilian refugees fleeing the German advance moved south at the same time Patton's columns were trying to move north. Horse-drawn carts creaked alongside Sherman tanks. In some places, the traffic jam stretched for miles, and it took hours to clear a single bottleneck. Yet, the movement never stopped. Patton's troops understood the urgency. Many of them had fought with the 101st Airborne in earlier campaigns. They knew what it meant for a unit to be surrounded. In their foxholes and tanks, the men spoke quietly about the boys up in Bastogne and how they would not leave them to be overrun. In Luxembourg, the German commanders were aware of the movement, but did not believe it could succeed in time. They assumed the Americans would need days to prepare such a large maneuver. They did not yet realize that Patton's entire operational mindset, built on speed, on seizing the initiative before the enemy could react. As the columns pushed north, the weather punished them. Snow blinded the drivers, engines stalled in the cold, and ice caused tanks to slide off the roads, forcing the crews to work with cables and manpower to pull them back into line. In some places, the snow was so deep that engineers had to plow the way ahead before the armor could move. Still, the timetable held. The units reached their designated assembly areas almost exactly when planned. The scale of the movement was extraordinary. Tens of thousands of men and hundreds of vehicles were not only relocating, but doing so while preparing to enter combat the moment they arrived. Artillery units leapfrogged forward so they could be in range to support the lead elements. Reconnaissance units scouted the roads ahead, sometimes skirmishing with German patrols in the villages along the route. By December 21st, Patton's lead elements were already within striking distance of the German ring around Bastogne. His main striking force, the 4th Armored Division under General Hugh Gaffey, was spearheading the advance. Their mission was simple but daunting. Break through the German positions south of Bastogne and open a corridor to the town. Patton's presence was felt at every level. He drove along the columns in his jeep, stopping to speak to tank commanders and infantry officers. His words were blunt, his tone urgent. "We're going to get through," he told them. "We're going to relieve those bastards in Bastogne. And we're going to do it fast." His confidence was infectious, lifting the spirits of men who had been marching and fighting in the snow without rest. The German forces holding the southern approaches to Bastogne were not idle. They had fortified villages, mined roads, and positioned anti-tank guns to cover likely routes of advance. The terrain was a mix of forest, open fields, and small towns, all covered in a snow that made movement slow and exhausting. Every yard forward would have to be fought for. Yet the pivot had given the Americans a critical advantage. Surprise. The Germans had not expected such a rapid redeployment. When Patton's lead units made contact, they did so in force, with tanks, infantry, and artillery hitting simultaneously. The fight for the corridor to Bastogne had begun, and the Germans now faced a determined army coming straight for their encirclement. In Bastogne, news of Patton's movement began to filter in through the radio. For the surrounded 101st, it was a lifeline of hope. They did not know how close he was, only that he was coming. For days, they had fought off attacks from every direction, rationed their food and ammunition, and endured the bitter cold. Now, The thought that relief might be on the way steeled their resolve to hold out just a little longer. By the night of December 22nd, the spearheads of Patton's Third Army were pressing hard against the outer edges of the German positions. The pivot had been executed in record time, faster than many had thought possible, faster than the enemy could fully react. It was a feat of planning, coordination, and sheer willpower. But the hardest part was still ahead. The ring around Bastogne had not yet been broken. The Germans were bringing up reinforcements to seal it tighter. The weather could still turn against the Americans, and every mile forward would now be under the enemy's guns. Patton had moved his army into position. Now, it would come down to whether they could punch through before the defenders inside Bastogne ran out of strength to hold. The clock was still ticking, and the snow was still falling. The snow had stopped falling for the moment, but the cold was sharper than ever in Bastogne. The sky was a pale grey, the kind of color that swallowed sound and made the world feel eerily still. For days, the 101 Stones Airborne Division and its supporting units had been encircled. They had beaten back repeated German attacks from every direction, holding crossroads and frozen fields with dwindling ammunition, thin rations, and no certainty of relief. On the morning of December 22nd, something unusual broke the routine of the siege. From the northeast perimeter, American sentries spotted two men approaching under a white flag. One wore the uniform of a German officer, the other the insignia of an enlisted man. Both walked carefully, knowing that even under a flag of truce, a wrong move could get them shot. The sentries halted them, their weapons ready, and called for an officer. The Germans presented a sealed envelope, its edges rimmed with frost. The message was addressed to the commanding officer of the United States forces in Bastogne. It bore the signature of General Heinrich Freiherr von Leutwitz, commander of the German WWII Panzer Corps. The Americans, without opening it, escorted the two men blindfolded into the town. Inside a building that served as a command post, the envelope was placed before Brigadier General Anthony M.C. Orliff, the acting commander of the 101 Stones. M.C. Orliff had taken command when General Maxwell Taylor was absent from Bastogne, and now, in the middle of the siege, every decision he made could mean the survival or destruction of the entire garrison. He slid open the envelope and read. The German message was coldly formal, a mix of politeness and menace. It began by acknowledging the honorable resistance of the American forces, but made it clear that their situation was hopeless. Bastogne was surrounded. The weather was bad, and relief was unlikely. Continuing to fight, the message warned, would lead to the total annihilation of the American troops and the civilian population of the town. The letter then gave an ultimatum. The Americans had 2 hours to surrender. If they did so, they would be treated humanely. If not, the German artillery would begin shelling the town without restraint. M.C. Orliff read the message twice, then set it down. The room was quiet. The staff officers and messengers looked at him, waiting. The 2 hours were already ticking away. At first, M.C. Orliff reacted almost casually. "Oh, nuts," he muttered. To him, the idea of surrender was absurd, even laughable. They had been holding their ground for days. Yes, they were surrounded. Yes, they were short on supplies. Yes, the weather was brutal. But surrender was not even a consideration. The officers around him agreed. They began to discuss how to respond. M.C. Orliff's initial nuts comment stuck in the air. His staff suggested it might be the perfect reply, short, defiant, and unmistakably American in tone. It said everything without saying too much. MC Orliff agreed. On a sheet of paper, he dictated the response to the German commander. Nuts. The American commander. The note was typed up, signed, and handed back to the German envoys, who were escorted out the same way they had come in. One of the Germans, confused by the brevity of the reply, asked an American officer what nuts meant. The officer smiled and explained. It means you can go to hell. When the reply reached General von Lutwitz, there was no doubt about the meaning. It was a rejection, blunt, unshakable, and final. The German artillery preparations resumed almost immediately. The shelling would follow. Back in Bastogne, the mood shifted. Word of MC Orliff's reply spread quickly through the foxholes and makeshift shelters. The soldiers laughed and shook their heads. The one-word message seemed to sum up everything about their situation. The stubborn refusal to quit, the unwillingness to be intimidated, and the quiet confidence that somehow they would make it through. That confidence, however, did not make the next hours any easier. The Germans renewed their attacks, probing for weak spots and testing the defenders' lines. Artillery shells screamed in, shattering buildings and churning up snow and rubble. The wounded were carried to overcrowded aid stations, where medics worked in freezing temperatures, their breath misting as they bent over the stretchers. The siege had already taken its toll. Food rations were down to almost nothing. Some soldiers were boiling snow to drink, using whatever fuel they could find to keep fires going for warmth. Ammunition was precious. Every bullet counted, and every mortar shell had to be fired with care. Yet the nuts reply became more than just a witty retort. It became a rallying cry. The soldiers passed it along in their letters, scratched it into the walls of their shelters, and joked about it in the lulls between fighting. It was a reminder that surrender was off the table, no matter how desperate things became. For the Germans, the refusal meant one thing: Bastogne would have to be taken by force. That meant more fighting, more casualties, and more time. Time the Allies elsewhere were using to regroup and counterattack. And in the snowbound forests to the south, Patton's Third Army was still pushing forward, fighting to break through the encirclement. Every hour that Bastogne held out made his task more achievable. The Germans knew this. Their assaults on Bastogne became more urgent, more reckless. In some sectors, they sent their infantry straight across open ground, despite the risk of machine gun fire. In others, they used tanks to batter their way into the outskirts of the town. The defenders met them at every turn, using bazookas at close range, laying mines, and counterattacking when the opportunity arose. Through it all, MC Orliff remained calm and focused. He visited the front lines when possible, speaking to the platoon leaders, encouraging the men, and making sure that the message, both literal and symbolic, of nuts stayed alive. His leadership under siege kept their morale from collapsing. By the evening of December 22nd, the nuts reply was already on its way to becoming a legend. It was more than a statement of defiance. It was proof that even in the face of overwhelming odds, American forces could hold their ground with humor, grit, and an unbreakable will. But the siege was far from over. The Germans had not broken through, but they had not given up. The artillery was still firing, the infantry was still attacking, and the snow was still falling. And while Bastogne stood firm, its defenders knew that their survival depended on one thing: relief arriving before their strength gave out. Somewhere out there in the frozen south, Patton's tanks were still fighting their way forward. Whether they would arrive in time was a question no one in Bastogne could yet answer. The next days would decide it. The wind howled through the half-ruined buildings, carrying with it the echo of distant artillery. The streets of St. Vith were a maze of rubble, shattered glass, and frozen mud. Smoke clung low over the town, blurring the outlines of the burned-out houses and wrecked vehicles. Somewhere in the haze, the sound of machine gun bursts cut through the cold air, sharp and distant. It was December 1944, and this small Belgian town had become the focal point of a battle that neither side had expected to be so brutal or so important. The German plan had been simple in concept, though audacious in scope: a lightning advance through the Ardennes, cutting deep into the Allied rear, seizing the crossings over the Meuse River, and forcing a negotiated peace in the west. The timetable was critical. The element of surprise would fade with every passing hour. Speed was everything. And St. Vith, a modest crossroads town with a railway station and a few major roads, stood directly in their path. For the Americans, the defense of St. Vith was not part of any grand strategy. It was a necessity born of geography. The town was a hub, the kind of place where several roads and rail lines converged. In peacetime, it meant little more than commerce and convenience. In wartime, it meant control over movement, control over whether an army advanced or stalled. When the German offensive began on December 16th, their armored columns smashed through the Loschem Gap and began fanning out toward their objectives. St. Vith was supposed to fall quickly. According to the German timetable, it would be in their hands within the first 2 days. But the Americans had other plans. The defense was led by Major General Alan W. Jones and his battered 106th Infantry Division, later reinforced by elements of the 7th Armored Division under Brigadier General Bruce C. Clark. These were not fresh troops. The 106th was green, new to the front, and its units had already suffered heavy losses in the opening blows of the German attack. Yet they held on, buying time in a battle where time was the most precious commodity. The fight for St. Vith was not a grand set-piece engagement with sweeping maneuvers. It was a series of desperate stands, block by block, ridge by ridge. American engineers blew up bridges as soon as they could no longer be defended. Tank destroyers set up ambushes in the narrow streets, firing at close range before pulling back under the cover of smoke. The infantrymen, many of them cold, hungry, and exhausted, dug shallow foxholes in the frozen ground, defending positions that seemed certain to be overrun. The weather was as much an enemy as the Germans. Snow and fog blanketed the region, limiting visibility and grounding Allied aircraft. For the defenders, the fog was both a curse and a blessing. It concealed their positions from the enemy gunners, but it also allowed German armor to advance dangerously close before being spotted. German tanks prowled the outskirts of the town, their treads grinding the ice into the earth. The Panzers would roll forward under the cover of artillery fire, only to be met by determined resistance. The American gunners used every shell they had, sometimes waiting until the enemy was within a few hundred yards before opening fire. Civilians were caught in the middle. Some sheltered in cellars, huddled around meager fires, clutching whatever food they had managed to save. Others fled into the countryside, moving through the snow in small groups, praying they would not be mistaken for soldiers. The battle's front lines shifted so quickly that more than once, a street would be in American hands in the morning and German hands by nightfall. General Clark, who had taken command of the defense, knew he could not hold St. Vith indefinitely. His goal was not to win a decisive victory here, but to delay the German timetable as long as possible. Every hour the Germans spent battering at St. Vith was an hour the Allies could use to regroup and prepare a counterattack elsewhere. The Germans, for their part, recognized the problem. Their advance had already been slowed by stubborn resistance in other towns, but St. Vith was becoming a serious obstacle. Their fuel was running low there. Ammunition was being consumed faster than expected, and the weather showed no signs of improving. Yet, they kept pushing, sending wave after wave against the defenders. By December 21st, the situation for the Americans was becoming untenable. They were nearly surrounded. Their ammunition stocks were dwindling, and their communications were unreliable. German artillery was pounding the town relentlessly, turning buildings into splintered wreckage. Still, the defenders clung to their positions. The pressure on Clark's forces reached its breaking point on December 23rd. Orders came to withdraw before the encirclement could be completed. The retreat was not a rout but a fighting withdrawal, with units falling back in stages, covering each other as they moved west. The snow fell thick and fast, muffling the sound of their boots and engines, but the fighting never stopped. Even as they pulled back, the Americans destroyed anything the enemy could use: vehicles, ammunition, fuel. When the Germans finally took St. Vith, it was not the swift, clean capture they had planned. The town they entered was wrecked, its streets clogged with rubble, its crossroads cratered and mined. The delay had cost them dearly. Those lost days were time the Allies had used to reinforce key positions, reposition reserves, and prepare for the counterattacks that would eventually turn the tide. In the grand scope of the Battle of the Bulge, St. Vith was a small point on the map. But in those critical days, it became something much more, a choke point that slowed the entire German offensive. Military historians would later argue that the stubborn defense of St. Vith helped to blunt the enemy's momentum at a decisive moment. For the men who fought there, it was not about strategy or history. It was about survival, about holding the line just long enough, in the freezing cold and under constant fire, so that someone else could strike the final blow. They had stood against a superior force and made it pay for every inch of ground. The Germans may have taken the town, but they had lost something they could never recover: time. And in the Ardennes winter of 1944, time was a weapon the Allies would soon turn against them. As the last American units withdrew toward the west, leaving St. Vith behind, they did so knowing they had done more than anyone had asked, and perhaps more than anyone would truly understand until the battle was over. But the fight for the Bulge was far from finished, and in the snowy forests beyond, the war's fiercest days still lay ahead. At first, it was only a faint change in the wind. The endless shroud of fog and snow that had smothered the Ardennes for days began to thin. A pale brightness pushed weakly through the clouds, casting long shadows across the frozen fields. The soldiers on the ground felt it before they truly saw it. The air was sharper, the horizon a little clearer. And then, just after dawn, it happened. The sky opened. The men of both armies looked upward. For the Americans, the sight was salvation, a great, unbroken dome of blue stretching wide over the white earth. For the Germans, it was the beginning of disaster. Since the opening day of the German offensive, bad weather had grounded Allied air power. The Luftwaffe, though weakened, still operated in small, daring sorties. But the mighty Allied air forces, the thousands of planes that had once owned the skies over Europe, had been trapped on their airfields by dense fog, low clouds, and blinding snow. Without those planes, the Germans had been able to push deep into the Ardennes, moving columns of tanks and supply convoys along the narrow roads without fear of being spotted from above. But now, with the skies clear, that window of protection slammed shut. It began with a distant, growing hum, the kind of low vibration that carried across the snow. A sound every German soldier knew to dread. American P-47 Thunderbolts appeared first, diving in pairs, their silver fuselages glinting in the winter sun. They came in low, almost skimming the treetops, and then unleashed streams of rockets and machine gun fire into the columns of German trucks. In a single pass, an entire convoy was thrown into chaos. Vehicles burst into flames, black smoke curling into the sky. Drivers swerved off the icy roads to avoid the wreckage, only to find themselves stuck in snowbanks. Horses pulling supply wagons bolted, spilling crates of ammunition into the drifts. The air war returned to the Ardennes with a fury the Germans had not faced since the summer. The Americans called it the cab rank, a continuous rotation of fighter bombers circling above, ready to pounce on any target spotted by the forward air controllers on the ground. It meant that no German movement during the daylight was safe. Tanks idling in villages, supply depots hidden in barns, and fuel trucks creeping along forest tracks all became prey. For the Luftwaffe, the sudden change in weather was a cruel twist of fate. Their own air strength was too depleted to challenge the Allies head-on. Every sortie they launched risked losing more irreplaceable aircraft, and so, for the most part, the German soldiers could only watch and pray as the skies filled with Allied planes. One German tanker later recalled that it was like fighting with a roof over your head for a week, and then suddenly the roof was gone. In Bastogne, the change was life-saving. The 101 Stones Airborne, surrounded for days, had been running dangerously low on food, ammunition, and medical supplies. Now, with clear skies, the long-promised airdrops began. C-47 transport planes droned overhead, releasing parachutes that blossomed like flowers against the snow. Some dropped directly into the American-held areas. Others drifted into the no-man's land between the lines, where desperate soldiers risked sniper fire to recover them. For the wounded lying in the frozen aid stations, those drops meant morphine, bandages, and blood plasma. For the frontline riflemen, they meant bullets, grenades, and the promise of survival. But for the Germans, the greatest loss was not in lives, but in time. Every destroyed fuel truck, every wrecked bridge, every burned-out half-track slowed their advance. The Ardennes offensive had been a race against the clock, and now the clock was running faster than ever. Without fuel, their powerful tanks became little more than steel bunkers. Without steady supply lines, their artillery went silent. Along the narrow, icy roads, the wreckage piled up. In some places, it was so thick that movement became impossible without first clearing the debris. Crews worked in the bitter cold to push aside the twisted frames of trucks. But, even as they worked, more Allied planes would swoop down, scattering them again. The change in the sky also shifted morale. For days, the American infantry had fought without the comforting roar of their air support overhead. Now, every strafing run, every exploding convoy lifted their spirits. The soldiers cheered when they saw the familiar silhouettes of P-38 Lightnings or British Typhoons streaking above. It was proof that the balance was shifting, that the long, punishing days of holding the line in the snow and fog were finally paying off. In some cases, the air attacks were so effective that they forced the Germans to abandon entire plans. One armored column meant to reinforce the spearhead toward the Meuse was decimated in a matter of hours. Another group of fuel trucks, desperately needed at the front, was wiped out before it had reached halfway. The Allies didn't limit their attacks to the roads. Bridges were prime targets. Destroying a single span could trap dozens of vehicles on the wrong side of a river, leaving them vulnerable to a ground attack. Rail lines were torn apart, and switching yards were reduced to splinters. This was not just destruction for destruction's sake, it was strangulation. The German offensive had begun with shocking speed, but now, under the unblinking eyes of the Allied pilots, it was grinding down. Still, the clear skies did not mean an instant victory. On the ground, the battle raged on. The Germans fought with a fierce determination, knowing that every mile they held was a bargaining chip for the future. In some areas, they even managed small counterattacks, using the cover of darkness to move. But by day, the air belonged to the Allies, and every movement risked annihilation. An American pilot described the scene from above as a chessboard covered in snow, where every piece you hit froze in place. The metaphor was apt. Each destroyed truck, each burning tank, was one less piece the Germans could move toward their goal. For the men on the ground, the sky had become the great dividing line between life and death. If you were an American, it was a shield, a force that could smash the enemy armor before it reached your foxhole. If you were a German, it was a constant threat, a presence you could neither escape nor defeat. As the sun set on that first clear day, columns of smoke rose across the horizon. It was the smoke of convoys destroyed, of fuel dumps burning, of bridges collapsing into icy rivers. It was also the smoke of an offensive slowing down, of momentum bleeding away under the relentless assault from above. The Germans had gambled on bad weather to give them time. Now the weather had turned, and, with it, their fortunes. But while the Allies cheered the return of their air power, the Battle of the Bulge was far from over. The Germans, though battered, still held dangerous ground, and the snow-covered forests ahead promised more fighting, more blood, and more sacrifice before the Ardennes was truly secure. And in the fading light, as the last fighter bombers returned to their bases, the question remained, would air power alone be enough to break the grip of the enemy? Or would the final cost be paid in the frozen woods still ahead? The men in Bastogne woke to the sound of engines. At first, it was faint, a low, steady hum in the frigid morning air. Many thought they were imagining it, a trick of the wind in the pine branches, but then it grew louder, and soon the unmistakable rhythm of multiple aircraft filled the frozen valley. Helmets turned skyward, and faces, pale from cold and hunger, broke into cautious smiles. And then the first plane appeared. It was a C-47 Skytrain, the workhorse of Allied transport, flying low over the snowbound town. Behind it came another, and another, until the sky was dotted with the grey twin-engine silhouettes. For the men on the ground, exhausted, hungry, and surrounded, it was a sight worth more than gold. Bastogne had been encircled for days. The 101 Stones Airborne Division and its supporting units had been cut off by the rapid German advance, their supply lines severed. Ammunition was dangerously low, medical supplies had run out, and food was scarce. Every meal was a gamble. Every bandage had been used and reused. Even morphine, the one mercy for the wounded, had been exhausted. And all of this in the middle of one of the coldest winters Europe had seen in years. The defenders had been told that help would come, but days of fog and snow had made air supply impossible. The Allied aircraft had been grounded, leaving the men in Bastogne to face the siege alone. Now, on Christmas Eve, the sky was finally clear. The first parachutes blossomed against the blue, white, red, and green canopies drifting slowly to the earth. Each one carried something desperately needed: crates of ammunition, boxes of medical gear, sacks of rations, and jerry cans of fuel. For the men in the foxholes, the sight was almost unreal. These were not abstract supplies. They were the difference between holding the line and being overrun. In the narrow streets of Bastogne, soldiers scrambled to collect the drops. Some landed neatly inside the defensive perimeter. Others drifted into the fields just beyond reach, and small. Teams dashed into the open under the threat of German snipers to recover them. The ground was frozen so hard that when a crate hit, it often splintered, scattering its contents into the snow. Men scooped up bullets with their bare hands, ignoring the sting of frostbite. From the air, the scene was just as vivid. The pilots, flying at a low altitude, could see the foxholes, the shattered buildings, and the patches of churned snow where the fighting had been fiercest. They knew the men below were clinging to survival, and they flew with precision and speed, determined to get their cargo where it needed to go. Inside one aid station, a young medic named Frank Williams cradled the last morphine ampoule in his pocket. He had been saving it for the worst case, a man too badly wounded to survive the trip to the rear. That morning, as the planes came in, someone burst through the door carrying a box marked with a red cross. Inside were fresh medical supplies. Williams later said, "It was like Christmas morning in the middle of hell. The drops were not without danger." German anti-aircraft guns fired from hidden positions, and tracer rounds streaked upward like fiery threats. Some C-47 seconds took hits, shuddering in mid-air before righting themselves. The pilots flew low and fast, knowing that a higher altitude made them easier targets. They flew in a tight formation, each one relying on the man beside him to hold steady through the bursts of flak. One pilot recalled glancing down as his plane banked over the town and seeing an American soldier wave up at him. The man's helmet was dusted with snow, his rifle was slung across his back, and his free hand was raised in a gesture of thanks. The image stayed with him long after the war. For the soldiers on the ground, the Christmas airlift was more than just a resupply. It was proof that they had not been abandoned. The boxes that fell from the sky were not just filled with material things, they carried a message. Hold on. We are coming. That message mattered as much as the bullets or the bread. There was something almost surreal about the timing. In the middle of one of the most desperate battles of the war, on the eve of Christmas, the defenders received their lifeline. For a few moments, even as the shells continued to fall on the town, the men let themselves believe in the season's promise. A few even shared chocolate bars from the rations with the Belgian children sheltering in the cellars. The German High Command knew exactly what the airlift meant. Every crate that reached Bastogne extended the defenders' endurance. Every bullet, every bandage, every can of food made the encirclement more difficult to break. What was meant to be a quick, crushing victory for the German forces was turning into a stubborn stand that drained time and resources. The airlift did not break the siege, but it shifted the balance. The defenders could now hold on longer, fight harder, and resist any surrender demands. When General M.C. Orliffe had famously replied, "Nuts," to the German ultimatum days earlier, it had been a statement of defiance. Now, with supplies parachuting in, it became a promise backed by real strength. Night fell over Bastogne, with the smell of wood smoke and cordite still in the air. The drops had gone on throughout the day, and the defenders now had stacks of ammunition. Beside their foxholes, fresh food in their packs, and warm blankets in their dugouts. Outside the perimeter, the Germans prepared for another round of assaults, but they no longer faced a garrison on the edge of collapse. The Christmas airlift was a logistical feat made possible only by the sudden change in weather and the skill of the air crews. It required precise coordination between the ground forces and the pilots, with signals laid out in the snow to mark the drop zones, and it demanded courage from the crews who flew low into enemy fire, from the soldiers who retrieved the parachutes under the threat of snipers, and from the medics and quartermasters who rushed to distribute the precious cargo. In the days that followed, the airlift continued, strengthening Bastogne's defenses until relief forces could fight their way in. But that first day, Christmas Eve, remained etched in the memory of every man who had witnessed it. They would remember the sudden roar of the engines over the snow, the burst of color in the sky, The thud of the crates hitting the frozen ground, and the knowledge that they were not alone. And yet, even as the town breathed easier, the battle was far from over. The German ring around Bastogne still held, and in the forest beyond, tanks and infantry gathered for renewed attacks. The men knew that the real test was yet to come. The airlift had bought them time, but how much time, and at what cost, was still unknown. The sky over Bastogne had given them a gift. The ground would soon demand its price. The rumble started as a faint tremor under the snow, so soft it could have been mistaken for distant thunder. But thunder does not have a rhythm. This did, a deep, mechanical growl, rolling closer, heavier, angrier. The men in the foxholes lifted their heads, straining to hear. Through the brittle winter air, it came, the unmistakable sound of tanks. For the men of Bastogne, it could mean only two things: the enemy had come to finish them, or salvation was on its way. By the morning of December 26th, Bastogne had been surrounded for over a week. The siege had bled the defenders of their strength, their food, and their warmth. The Christmas airlift had given them just enough to keep fighting, but every man knew that, without a ground breakthrough, it was only a matter of time before the Germans closed their grip for good. The snow was deep, the cold was merciless, and the enemy was determined. Yet the 101 Stone's Airborne Division and its supporting units held on. And far to the south, George S. Patton's Third Army was on the move. Patton's pivot north was already a feat that defied military textbooks. In just a few days, his army had shifted direction in the dead of winter, moving through ice-choked roads to reach Bastogne. His men were tired, frostbitten, and bruised from the constant combat, but they drove forward. There was no time to rest. Every hour counted, and every mile closed meant the difference between a garrison rescued and a garrison destroyed. The 4th Armored Division, under Major General Hugh Gaffey, led the charge. Their orders were clear: break through to Bastogne at all costs. But the Germans knew what was coming. The villages south of Bastogne became pockets of resistance. Each one turned into a miniature fortress. The roads were mined. The bridges were rigged to blow, and anti-tank guns waited at every bend. The fighting was brutal, house to house, field to field. On December 26th, the decisive push began. The target was the small village of Ardennes, just southwest of Bastogne. Beyond it lay the American perimeter and freedom for the trapped paratroopers. The 37th Tank Battalion, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Creighton Abrams, spearheaded the advance. Abrams' Sherman tanks pushed through the frozen countryside, their engines roaring, their steel tracks biting into the ice. German artillery barked from hidden positions, the shells exploding in great geysers of snow and earth. Inside Bastogne, the men heard the gunfire growing nearer. Some refused to let themselves hope. They had seen too many false dawns. And yet, there was a sense, quiet and unspoken, that the siege was entering its final hours. By mid-afternoon, Abrams's lead elements had reached Ardennes. The fight was sharp and quick. The Shermans blasted apart roadblocks. The infantry cleared the houses, and the German defenders, realizing the weight of what was coming, fell back in disorder. The path to Bastogne was opening. At around 4 in the afternoon, Abrams' tanks rumbled through the last stretch of road. Ahead, the defensive positions of the 326th Airborne Engineer Battalion came into view. The men of Bastogne stood up in their foxholes, snow clinging to their uniforms, their rifles still in hand. For a heartbeat, there was a stunned silence. Then, smiles, shouts, and cheers. One airborne soldier, Sergeant Vince Kay, later recalled, "I saw that big, white star on the front of a Sherman, and I thought, "Merry Christmas, you son of a gun." The first tank to enter the perimeter was commanded by Sergeant Osborne. He popped his head out of the hatch, grinning under his helmet as the defenders swarmed around the vehicle, slapping its armor in celebration. After days of cold, hunger, and relentless shelling, the men of Bastogne were no longer alone. For Patton's men, there was no pause for ceremony. The relief was not the end of the battle. It was the start of a new phase. The German forces still surrounded much of the area, and the road to Bastogne was narrow and under threat. But the physical link had been made. Supplies could now move in by truck, reinforcements could be brought forward, and the wounded could finally be evacuated. The psychological effect was as important as the tactical one. The Germans had failed to crush Bastogne quickly, and now their timetable was shattered. What they had hoped would be a clean breakthrough toward the Meuse River was turning into a grinding fight they could ill afford. Inside Bastogne, the relief brought something intangible but powerful, the restoration of morale. The soldiers, who had been operating on the thinnest reserves of energy, now moved with a renewed purpose. The medics could work with fresh supplies. The artillery crews could fire without counting every shell, and the civilians of the town, who had endured the siege alongside the soldiers, wept openly as they realized they might survive the winter after all. Patton himself was proud, but not surprised. He had promised he could turn his army north and reach Bastogne in a few days, and he had done exactly that. In his journal, he would later write, "They said it couldn't be done. I told them it would be done." And it was. Yet, the cost had been high. The road from the south was littered with the burned-out hulks of tanks, the bodies of men frozen in the snow. Every mile toward Bastogne had been paid for in blood. And the fighting was not over, not by a long shot. The Germans were still pressing hard elsewhere along the front, and the Bulge they had driven into the Allied lines was far from eliminated. That night, as darkness fell over Bastogne, the sound of engines and marching boots replaced the eerie quiet of isolation. Convoys rolled in, their headlights dimmed under blackout rules, carrying ammunition, fuel, and food. Ambulances carried out the wounded, men who had held on through frostbite, shrapnel wounds, and the constant fear that no one would come. The 101 Stones Airborne would forever claim they had not needed rescuing, that they could have held on indefinitely, and perhaps they could have. But on December 26, 1944, George Patton's tanks gave them more than just relief. They gave them proof that in the chaos of the Ardennes, no one had been forgotten. Still, the Bulge loomed large. The Germans were not beaten yet. In the forests to the north and east, their artillery still fired. Their infantry still probed for weak points. The roads were treacherous, and the weather could turn again without warning. The relief of Bastogne was a victory, but it was not the end. As the men huddled in their foxholes that night, they knew that the battle for the Ardennes would rage on. The enemy was still out there in the snow, and the final blow to the German offensive had yet to be struck. The siege had been broken, but the war and the winter were far from over. The frozen silence shattered under the roar of artillery. In the dim light of dawn, the horizon erupted in fire, the shells arching through the pale winter sky and smashing into the snowbound fields below. The ground trembled, the snow slipped from the pine branches, and the breath of the soldiers rose in frantic clouds. On the northern edge of the Bulge, the enemy was still pushing, still clawing toward the Meuse River, and the British and Americans knew they had to stop them here now, or the consequences would be unthinkable. For days, the German drive in the north had been relentless. Their armored spearheads, battle-hardened panzer divisions, were still probing for a gap, still testing the Allied lines for a weakness. The North Shoulder was no longer just a flank. It was the hinge on which the entire front could swing. If it gave way, the enemy could roll west to the Meuse, seize the crossings, and split the Allied armies in two. That was Hitler's dream. And even as his offensive faltered elsewhere, here, in the north, the dream still flickered. The British 30th Corps under Lieutenant General Brian Horrocks had been rushed into position, their Shermans and Cromwells grinding forward over the icy roads. Alongside them fought American divisions, many battered from the opening days of the Bulge, but refusing to give up an inch. This was not the clean, sweeping maneuver warfare of the textbooks. This was a slog of frozen mud, mined roads and villages turned into fortresses. Every hedgerow bristled with German machine guns, and every crossroads was an ambush waiting to happen. The weather was clearing now. After days of snow and fog that had cloaked the battlefield in shadows, the sun broke through in sharp, cold beams. The bright sky was a blessing for the Allied air power, but for the infantry grinding forward, it also meant they were now exposed to the enemy's eyes and guns. The Germans, though weakened, still had teeth, and they were prepared to use them. In towns like Hotton, Marche, and Rochefort, the fighting was fierce and personal. British troops advanced, street by street, house by house, sometimes prying frozen rifles from the hands of the dead to keep fighting. American artillery pounded the high ground, sending geysers of dirt and snow into the air, while tanks tried to edge forward without exposing their vulnerable sides. The roar of the engines mixed with the staccato hammer of the machine guns, each sound carrying the urgency of men who knew that every minute counted. It was not just a fight for ground, it was a fight for the future of the entire offensive. If the North Shoulder held, the German plan to reach the Meuse would collapse. But if the Germans broke through here, all the sacrifices at Bastogne, all the bloody gains to the south, could be undone. The terrain itself was a formidable opponent. The roads were narrow and slick with ice, and the steep Ardennes ridges made armored movement difficult. The German units used the ground to their advantage, setting up ambushes in the forests and striking at supply convoys. Each advance was paid for twice, once in blood and once in time, but the Allies pushed on. The British Guards' Armoured Division, veterans of the Normandy breakout, brought their experience to bear. In coordinated thrusts, they smashed into the German positions, forcing the enemy to pull back from key villages. American units, including the 84th Infantry Division and elements of the 2nd Armoured Division, pressed forward alongside them, sealing the gaps and cutting off the enemy's retreat routes. Cooperation between the two forces was not always smooth, but the urgency of the moment forged a unity. In one small Belgian village, a British tank commander recalled watching American infantry sprint ahead to clear a street, only for a German machine gun nest to open up from an attic window. Without hesitation, his Sherman's main gun blasted the upper floor into splinters, and the Americans continued forward without breaking stride. In the cold and chaos, the national flags mattered less than the shared understanding that if they failed here, the enemy would pour through. By late December, the German momentum on the North Shoulder was slowing. Fuel shortages began to bite, forcing their tanks to halt for lack of petrol. Allied airstrikes tore into their supply lines, shredding convoys and leaving wrecked vehicles burning in the snow. Still, the enemy fought with a desperation that came from knowing this was their last great chance. In the skies overhead, the roar of Allied fighters and fighter bombers signaled the return of air supremacy. Typhoons and P-47 Thunderbolts dove on the German positions, their rockets streaking from their wings and blasting through the armored hulls. The pilots reported seeing enemy crews abandon their vehicles and flee into the woods. The psychological blow was as sharp as the physical one. The Luftwaffe could no longer protect them, and the skies now belonged to the Allies. The push toward the Meuse had been stopped in its tracks. By holding the North Shoulder, the Allies had effectively slammed the door on Hitler's offensive ambitions. The Germans could no longer dream of a decisive breakthrough. Instead, they now faced the grim reality of being squeezed from both the North and the South, their supply lines collapsing, their timetable shattered. Yet, a victory in the North did not come without a cost. Casualties were heavy, and many of the villages that had been fought over for days were now little more than rubble. Survivors spoke of fields littered with burned-out tanks, their blackened hulks casting long shadows in the winter light. The snow, once pure white, was now stained with soot and blood. The men who had fought here, British and American alike, knew that this was a turning point. They had not only stopped the enemy from crossing the Meuse, but they had also sealed the northern edge of the Bulge, turning what had been a dangerous protrusion in the Allied line into a trap for the German forces within it. Still, there was no sense of finality. To the east, the enemy was digging in, preparing for a fighting withdrawal. In the south, the battle for the Ardennes was still raging, and in the frozen forest that had seen so much death, the winter was far from over. The victory on the North Shoulder was a vital piece of the larger puzzle, a triumph of grit, coordination, and unyielding pressure. But as the Allied soldiers looked across the smoking, snow-covered fields toward the German lines, they knew the fight was far from done. The Bulge still stood, smaller now, weaker now, but still dangerous, and the only way to finish it would be to keep pressing forward, mile after bitter mile, until the enemy was pushed back to where they had come from, or destroyed entirely. Engines coughed, and steel giants groaned to a halt. Somewhere in the frost-bitten Ardennes, a German Panzer sat stranded on the roadside, its crew huddled in the bitter wind, staring into the lifeless gauges around them. The forest was silent, except for the distant rumble of artillery and the hiss of falling snow. The mighty tank, once the cutting edge of Hitler's war machine, was nothing more than a frozen carcass now. Its engine was not destroyed by Allied bombs or armor-piercing shells, but by something far more ordinary. It had simply run out of fuel. From the moment Hitler had conceived the Ardennes offensive, the plan had been a gamble, a lightning strike through the American lines, seizing the Meuse river crossings before the Allies could respond. But like all gambles, it depended on a fragile chain of conditions holding together, and at the heart of that chain was fuel. Without it, no tank could move, no truck could haul supplies, and no army could sustain a push deep into enemy territory. The German war machine, in December of 1944, was not the same beast that had thundered across Europe in 1940. Years of war had bled its resources dry. The Luftwaffe was a shadow of its former self. Factories struggled under Allied bombing, and, most critically, the Third Reich's fuel reserves were dwindling to nothing. The Romanian oil fields, once Germany's main source of petroleum, were gone, taken by the advancing Red Army. The synthetic fuel plants within the Reich were bombed relentlessly, producing far less than the Wehrmacht needed to fight a war on multiple fronts. Yet Hitler insisted on a grand offensive in the west, one that required massive quantities of fuel. His generals warned him that the plan was dangerously dependent on capturing Allied fuel stocks along the way. They had only enough petrol to reach the Meuse, perhaps, and even that calculation assumed minimal delays and perfect weather. But in Hitler's mind, the war's fate demanded boldness. He told his commanders that American fuel would carry the German tanks the rest of the way. And so, The offensive began, with every available drop of fuel concentrated in the Ardennes. Trucks made endless runs, hauling jerrycans through the night, past the villages hidden under the snow toward the front lines. The logistics officers worked like men possessed, knowing that even the smallest miscalculation could strand entire divisions. At first, the gamble seemed to pay off. In the opening days, the German spearheads punched through the thin American defenses racing westward. The armored columns, Tigers, Panthers, and lighter Panzer IVs, rolled down the narrow Belgian roads in long, snaking convoys. Behind them came half-tracks, fuel trucks, and horse-drawn wagons laden with supplies. The smell of exhaust mixed with the cold air, a sign that the momentum was on their side. But momentum is a fragile thing. By the third day, the cracks began to show. The Ardennes was no open plain. It was a maze of forested hills, twisting roads, and bottlenecks where one destroyed vehicle could hold up an entire column. Delays meant the engines idled longer. Detours meant the tanks burned more fuel than planned, and every extra kilometer chewed away at the precious reserves. The Americans, realizing the stakes, began targeting the fuel depots and supply convoys. Artillery fire cratered the roads. Air attacks, when the weather allowed, strafed and bombed the fuel trucks, sending black smoke curling into the pale winter sky. In some cases, the retreating U.S. forces left fuel dumps behind, but not without sabotaging them, pouring sand into the fuel tanks, draining them dry, or setting them ablaze. So the advancing Germans would find nothing but twisted metal and scorched earth. The shortage became more than an inconvenience. It became a stranglehold. In several armored units, the tank commanders were forced to abandon vehicles in working order simply because there was no fuel to keep them moving. Crews tried siphoning petrol from damaged tanks to keep a handful of others running. Mechanics drained the last drops from the supply trucks, their gloved hands numb in the freezing air. Every liter mattered. Every jerrycan was worth a fight. At the crossroads and in the small villages, arguments broke out among the German officers over who would get the fuel. The Panzer leaders claimed priority. Without tanks, the offensive would die. The infantry commanders countered that without trucks, their men would be too exhausted to fight when they reached the front. The shortage gnawed at their discipline. In one instance, German soldiers hijacked fuel intended for another unit, leaving their supposed allies stranded. For Kampfgruppe Piper, the elite armored group spearheading the drive toward the Meuse, the fuel crisis became a noose, tightening around their necks. After their initial successes, they found themselves bogged down, unable to bypass the resistance quickly enough to maintain their timetable. By the time they neared the villages of Stavelot and La Glaise, their tanks were dangerously low on fuel. The roar of their engines became less frequent, their movements more cautious, every mile calculated like gold spent. When the weather cleared and the Allied aircraft returned to the skies, the situation worsened. P-47 Thunderbolts hunted the fuel convoys with lethal precision. The pilots reported strafing truck columns until they exploded in spectacular fireballs, sending shockwaves through the snow. With each convoy lost, the German spearheads slowed further, their offensive rhythm breaking apart. By late December, the fuel problem was crippling. German tanks sat camouflaged in the woods, not for stealth, but because their engines could not run. The crews huddled in the cold, burning scraps of wood to keep warm, listening to the distant Allied guns drawing closer. Some officers ordered their vehicles to be destroyed rather than let them fall into enemy hands. The Panthers and Tigers, the pride of the German armored force, were blown apart by their own crews, their blackened hulks left behind as grim monuments to the offensive's failure. The fuel shortage did not just stall the German advance, it trapped them. Without mobility, they could no longer shift their forces quickly to plug the gaps in their lines. The Allies, by contrast, had fuel in abundance. Once the skies cleared and their counterattacks began in earnest, they could move faster than the Germans could react. The hunter had become the hunted. Even the German soldiers at the front understood what was happening. One veteran later recalled sitting in a freezing foxhole, watching an abandoned Panther tank in the field ahead of him. It could have killed a dozen Americans, he said, but it might as well have been made of stone. No fuel, no war. In the grand sweep of the Battle of the Bulge, the failure to secure enough fuel was more than a logistical setback. It was the flaw that doomed the offensive. The Germans had gambled everything on speed, but speed was impossible without the lifeblood of modern war. And in the Ardennes, that lifeblood ran out. The irony was cruel. The Allies had feared the German armoured thrust would tear through to the Meuse, perhaps even to Antwerp. But in the end, it was not the Allied tanks or guns that stopped the Panzers. It was empty fuel tanks, frozen in the snow, their crews, trudging away on foot into the dark forest, leaving behind the silent, powerless machines that had once been their greatest weapon. By the first week of January, the offensive in the north was collapsing. In the south, Bastogne had been relieved. The Bulge itself was shrinking under the relentless Allied pressure. And across the battlefield, from the quiet country lanes to the ruins of the shattered towns, the hulks of German armor lay as mute testimony to the fatal truth. Without fuel, there could be no victory. And yet, as the last days of the Ardennes offensive ticked away, Hitler refused to concede that the gamble had failed. He spoke of regrouping, of striking again, but for the soldiers in the snow, cold, hungry, and on the move, without their machines. The war's reality was written in every stranded tank and burned-out fuel truck. The grand push to the Meuse had ended not in triumph, but in silence, the silence of engines that would never roar again. The ground trembled. The air cracked with the sound of engines and artillery. In the early days of January 1945, the snow-covered Ardennes once again became a battlefield. But this time, the momentum had shifted. The German tide that had surged westward in mid-December was now rolling back. The hunters had become the hunted. The turn began slowly, almost imperceptibly, like the first tug of the tide pulling back from the shore. But soon, it was undeniable. The German spearheads had stalled, their fuel and ammunition running dangerously low, their soldiers worn thin from weeks of fighting and the unrelenting cold. The Allies, now reinforced and fully supplied, struck with a growing confidence. Their counter-offensive was not a single thunderclap, but a gathering storm, one that would drive the enemy back through the snowbound forests and shattered villages of the Ardennes. It began in the north, on the exposed northern flank of the Bulge. British forces, under Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery, and American units under General Courtney Hodges pressed forward. They moved with caution at first, wary of German traps, but they pushed nonetheless. Artillery batteries pounded the enemy positions, shaking the frost from the tree branches. The infantry advanced through the snow, their bayonets fixed, each step heavy with the cold and the weight of the moment. In the center, General Patton's Third Army surged from the south. Weeks earlier, his tanks had smashed into Bastogne, breaking the siege and relieving the beleaguered 101 Stones Airborne Division. Now, those same forces pushed northward, aiming to meet the Allied, advance from the opposite direction, and close the Bulge entirely. Patton's men fought with the same aggressiveness that had carried them across France, driving hard despite the bitter weather. They battled not just the enemy but snowdrifts, ice-slicked roads, and the constant threat of ambush in the dense forests. The weather, which had been the Germans' greatest ally in the opening days, was now turning against them. Clear skies allowed the Allied air power to return in full force. P-47 Thunderbolts and P-51 Mustangs prowled the skies, strafing convoys, blasting bridges, and attacking any German unit caught in the open. Bombers struck the supply lines deep behind enemy territory, severing the already fragile connections between the front lines and the rear. The once stealthy German movement through the forests became a desperate scramble under the eyes of the enemy pilots. Everywhere, the Allies exploited their advantage. In villages like Houffalize and St. Hubert, the fighting was fierce and personal, street to street, house to house. The snow was stained with smoke and blood. Sherman tanks rolled cautiously through the narrow roads, their machine guns scanning for enemy infantry with Panzerfausts. Engineers worked to clear the mines and booby traps left behind in the retreat. Each village taken was another blow to the German dream of holding the Bulge. For the German soldiers, the retreat was a grinding nightmare. They were not withdrawing in good order. They were being pushed back under a constant attack. Some units tried to stand and fight, clinging to defensive positions in the hope of buying time. Others simply melted into the forests, avoiding the roads where the Allied armor advanced relentlessly. The once proud offensive columns, the long lines of tanks, half-tracks and trucks, were reduced to scattered groups of weary men trudging through the snow, their breath clouding in the freezing air. The American soldiers, advancing through the Ardennes, saw the toll of the battle everywhere. Abandoned German vehicles, some destroyed by fire, others left for lack of fuel, littered the roadsides. Weapons lay in the snow where they had been dropped. In the wake of the retreating enemy, they found evidence of hurried departures, half-eaten meals, frozen solid, letters from home stuffed into pockets, and in some cases, the wounded left behind. The war was moving too fast for mercy. In the north, the British and American forces advanced methodically, tightening the noose. In the south, Patton's men pushed with a ferocity that refused to let the Germans rest. And in the center, the gap between these two thrusts narrowed by the day. The bulge that had jutted so deeply into the Allied lines was shrinking, mile by mile, under the weight of the counterattack. But this was no easy march to victory. The Germans fought fiercely when cornered. Their rearguard actions were stubborn and costly. In the forests and hills, snipers lay in wait, and machine gun nests appeared without warning. In some sectors, the German artillery, though, short on shells, struck with a deadly precision. Each step forward had to be earned, and every gain carried a price. The civilians of the Ardennes, who had endured weeks of occupation and bombardment, now watched the tide of war shift again. For many, liberation came suddenly, the sound of approaching tanks, the sight of uniforms that were not German. Some emerged from their cellars and barns cautiously, waving white cloths. Others offered what little food they had to the soldiers passing through, despite having suffered through a winter of scarcity. But the joy was mixed with grief. Many towns lay in ruins, their homes reduced to rubble, their families broken by loss. By mid-January, the counter-offensive was in full swing. The Allies were not simply pushing the Germans back to their starting positions, they were dismantling the offensive entirely. In some places, the retreat became a rout, with German units abandoning their heavy equipment to move faster through the snow. In others, the enemy dug in stubbornly, forcing the Allies to fight for every ridge and crossroads. In the skies above, Allied dominance was absolute. With the Luftwaffe unable to contest the air, every German movement was vulnerable. Convoys, traveling by day, risked destruction from the air. Even at night, reconnaissance planes guided the artillery fire onto the enemy positions. The once proud German Panzers so feared in the first days of the Bulge, were now hunted prey. The final phase of the counteroffensive came as the northern and southern Allied forces closed in on Houffalize. The meeting of these forces would mark the sealing of the Bulge, cutting off any remaining hope for the Germans to regain the initiative. It was a moment months in the making, from the desperate stand at Bastogne to the clearing, skies, and the return of air power, to the relentless pressure on every sector of the front. By the time the encirclement was complete, the dream of a German breakthrough to the Meuse was dead. The Ardennes offensive, Hitler's last great gamble in the West, had been thrown back. The cost had been staggering for both sides. Tens of thousands of casualties, entire towns obliterated, and a landscape scarred by the fury of winter warfare. And yet, even in retreat, the German army remained dangerous. The Allies knew that as they pushed toward the Rhine, more battles lay ahead. The war was not over, but the Bulge, that sudden, shocking thrust into the Allied lines, was gone. What remained was the cold, hard truth that the tide had turned, and it would not turn again. In the Ardennes, the snow continued to fall, covering the wreckage, the trenches, and the silent fields where men had fought and died. The counteroffensive had done more than reclaim the lost ground. It had broken the back of the last German offensive in the West, and for the soldiers who had fought through those frozen forests, it was proof that no matter how deep the enemy had pushed, they could be driven back. The Bulge was no more. Only the long, cold road to victory remained. The forest swallowed the sound at first. Only the crunch of boots on the snow broke the silence. Then, from somewhere in the distance, came the faint rumble of artillery, like thunder rolling over the hills. It was January 1945, and in the frozen heart of the Ardennes, one of Germany's most feared spearheads was no longer on the attack. Kampfgruppe Peiper, the tip of the spear in the drive toward the Meuse, was trapped. Days earlier, they had surged forward with speed and precision. Tanks, half-tracks, and armored cars had spearheaded the advance, cutting through the thin American lines, leaving destruction in their wake. They had been a vanguard of steel and fire, their reputation forged in earlier campaigns on the Eastern Front. Their commander, Joachim Peiper, was known for his aggression, his ability to seize the initiative, and his willingness to push his men beyond the limits of endurance. But now, that advance had ground to a halt. The trap had been closing slowly, almost invisibly at first. American resistance had stiffened. Bridges had been blown before Peiper. Men could seize them, and fuel supplies, already scarce, had run out. The once surging column became a series of isolated pockets, hemmed in by determined defenders and relentless counterattacks. The snow choked the roads, slowing their movement to a crawl. Every hour that passed tightened the noose. For Peiper, the situation was grim. His unit was deep behind enemy lines, far ahead of its supporting forces. Allied pressure was coming from all directions, and the supply lines that had once fed his advance was severed. The fuel drums, once the lifeblood of the Panzers, were empty. Ammunition stocks dwindled. Each tank and vehicle became not a weapon, but a liability, a steel coffin waiting to be claimed by the enemy or abandoned in the snow. The Americans knew exactly what they had in their grasp. This was no ordinary German formation. It was a battle-hardened strike group whose presence at the front had been a symbol of the German winter offensive. Eliminating Kampfgruppe Peiper would not only affect the local fight, it would deal a psychological blow to the enemy's hopes of keeping the Bulge alive. By mid-January, Peiper's men were confined to a small perimeter near the village of L'Église. They had fought off multiple assaults, holding on with the stubbornness of veterans who had seen worse in the east. But every day, the circle shrank. Artillery fire rained down, and American patrols probed their defenses. Even the skies turned against them, as the Allied planes hunted any movement in the open. The village itself became a fortress. The German troops barricaded the streets with rubble, turned the houses into strongpoints, and positioned their remaining tanks at key intersections. But the fuel shortages meant those tanks could only fire from fixed positions. There was no possibility of a breakout by an armored thrust. The once proud King Tigers, feared for their thick armor and massive guns, sat motionless, monuments to a stalled dream of victory. Inside the perimeter, conditions deteriorated quickly. Supplies of food and medical equipment ran dangerously low. Wounded soldiers lay in makeshift aid stations, shivering under thin blankets as the cold crept into their bones. Snow seeped through their boots and gloves. Frostbite claimed their fingers and toes. Morale, though still outwardly defiant, began to fray under the weight of hunger, exhaustion, and the knowledge that no relief was coming. Piper's orders were clear enough: hold the position and await the chance to break out. But reality had stripped those orders of their meaning. The enemy was closing in. The skies were clear, giving the Americans control from above, and there was no fuel to move the armored vehicles that had been his pride and his edge. Every day that passed made it more obvious. Kampfgruppe Piper was not holding out for victory, they were holding out for survival. The decision, when it came, was born of a cold calculation. Piper knew that staying meant annihilation. His men could no longer defend El Église in the face of the growing American strength. And the vehicles, the heavy tanks, the half-tracks, the artillery pieces, could not be taken with them. There was only one choice left: abandon everything that could not move on foot. On the night of January 23rd, under the cover of darkness and a snowfall, Piper gave the order. The crews were instructed to destroy their own machines. Explosives were set, and charges were placed inside the tank turrets, in the engine compartments, and under the ammunition racks. The steel giants that had once been the terror of the battlefield were reduced to burning hulks, their flames casting a flickering orange glow against the snow, the air filled with the smell of smoke and scorched metal. Then, in small groups, the men of Kampfgruppe Piper slipped into the night. They carried only what they could bear: their rifles, a few remaining rounds of ammunition, and the clothes on their backs. They moved silently through the snow, avoiding the roads, keeping to the shadows of the forest. Each step was an act of endurance, each breath a cloud in the frigid air. The retreat was a test of will. American patrols scoured the countryside. The snow made every movement exhausting, and the wounded men slowed the pace, but were not left behind. They passed through villages where the windows were dark, where civilians watched from behind their curtains, unsure whether to fear or pity them. The once formidable unit, which had roared into the Ardennes with the thunder of engines and a flash of guns, was now reduced to a column of weary, silent figures trudging through the darkness. By the time they reached the German lines, the Kampfgruppe was a shadow of its former self. Many had been killed or captured in the days leading to the breakout. Others had fallen during the march back. Piper himself arrived with only a fraction of the force he had commanded at the height of the offensive. The tanks, the armored cars, the heavy weapons, all were gone. The loss was more than tactical for the German High Command. The destruction of Kampfgruppe Piper was a symbolic blow. The spearhead that had once seemed unstoppable had been blunted, then broken. For the Allies, it was a clear sign that the offensive was collapsing. The feared armored columns were no longer a threat. The initiative was shifting permanently in their favor. In L'Église, the burned-out shells of the tanks remained where they had been destroyed, their blackened hulks half buried in the snow. For weeks afterward, the village bore the scars of the siege, shattered buildings, craters in the streets, and the lingering smell of smoke. The King Tiger left behind became a silent monument, a reminder that even the raw, most formidable war machine was useless without fuel, supply, and momentum. For the men who had marched out that night, survival had been the only victory left. They had escaped encirclement, but at the cost of everything that had made them a fighting force. Their withdrawal marked the end of one of the most aggressive thrusts of the German Ardennes offensive. From that moment on, the battle was not about seizing ground, it was about holding what little they could before the inevitable retreat across the Rhine. The Bulge was shrinking fast. The Allies were pressing from the north and south, closing the gap. And in the forests, where Kampfgruppe Piper had once advanced with power and purpose, there was now only the sound of the wind through the trees and the quiet settling of snow over the wreckage. But the war had not ended. In the days to come, the German army would fight desperately to slow the Allied advance. For Piper and the remnants of his men, the road ahead led not to victory, but to survival, in a war whose end they could now see, and whose outcome they could no longer change. The snow was no longer fresh. It was churned to mud in places, stained black with soot and red with blood. Smoke drifted low over the hills, clinging to the skeletal trees of the Ardennes like a shroud. It was January of 1945, and what had once been a sharp thrust into the Allied lines was now collapsing in on itself. The Bulge, the jagged swelling on the map of the front, was shrinking, day by day, under the relentless weight of the Allied counterattack. The German dream of reaching the Meuse had frozen in place weeks ago. Now, the goal was no longer to advance, it was to escape. The once confident columns that had surged forward with their engines roaring were now turning back, retreating through the same valleys and villages they had fought so hard to capture. The withdrawal was not a clean or orderly thing. It was a bleeding, battered, desperate movement under fire, every mile costing more lives. The Allies pressed from the north and the south like a pair of closing jaws. From the north, British and American units clawed their way through the villages, driving back the German rearguards. From the south, Patton's Third Army struck upward with an unrelenting momentum, smashing into the German flanks and cutting off their routes of escape. In between, the Bulge itself, that pocket of enemy-held territory, grew smaller each day. Its defenders pushed back step by step, road by road. For the German soldiers, the retreat meant exposure. Every road was a target. The Allied aircraft, finally freed from the winter fog and low clouds, prowled the skies in swarms. Fighter bombers swooped down on the convoys, turning trucks into fireballs and scattering the marching columns into the ditches. Supply wagons burst apart under the cannon fire, their fragments raining down on the frozen ground. Tanks, already crippled by a lack of fuel, were abandoned by the roadside, hulks of steel left behind to rust in the snow. And still, the men marched, their frost-bitten feet shuffling forward, their shoulders sagging under the weight of their rifles and packs. The cold gnawed at them, the wind cutting through their wool and leather as if it were nothing. Many had not eaten a hot meal in days, some had not eaten at all. The retreat was not a line of soldiers, so much as a trail of survivors, strung out along the roads, each man trapped in his own private battle to keep moving. Behind them, the Ardennes became a graveyard of ambition. Burned-out vehicles lined the roads, and shattered helmets lay half-buried in the snowdrifts. The air smelled of cordite and smoke, mingled with the stench of frozen bodies. in the villages once captured with triumph. Now, the only sound was the distant echo of gunfire and the hurried thud of retreating boots. The rearguards fought like wolves with their backs to the wall. In towns like Houffalize and Clairvaux, they dug in for a day, sometimes only a few hours, to buy time for the retreat. Every delay came at a cost. Artillery shells screamed overhead, smashing buildings into rubble. Tanks rumbled forward, crushing barricades under their treads. Civilians hid in their cellars, feeling the ground shake with every detonation. To the Allies, the retreat was an opportunity to strike back after weeks of being on the defensive. Morale surged as the units recaptured ground, liberating the villages and towns that had endured days of German occupation. The roads they now advanced along were lined with the wreckage of the WWII. Enemy's failed offensive, a testament to the price of Hitler's gamble. But it was not without danger. Even in retreat, the German army was lethal. Mines were planted on the crossroads, and bridges were blown as soon as the last troops had crossed. Machine gun nests opened fire from unexpected positions, cutting down the advancing infantry. Snipers waited in church towers or hidden in barns, picking off officers before slipping away into the trees. Every step forward for the Allies was contested. And above all, the cold remained the great equalizer. Snowstorms swept through without warning, blanketing the battlefield in white and muffling the sounds of war. Men stumbled into drifts waist-deep, their rifles clogged with ice. Frostbite claimed more soldiers than bullets. In the darkness of the long winter nights, both sides huddled around, small fires, careful to shield the light from the enemy's eyes. The war in January was not just against the enemy, it was against the season itself. By the second week of the month, the German retreat had become a race against encirclement. Houffalize, once a key junction in the heart of the Bulge, was now in danger of being cut off. The Allied forces from the north and south closed in relentlessly, their artillery reaching deeper into the shrinking pocket. The roads leading east were choked with vehicles, trucks, horse-drawn carts, and columns of marching men. The traffic jams stretched for miles, easy prey for the Allied aircraft that strafed and bombed without mercy. For the German commanders, every decision was weighed against the ticking clock of the Allied advance. Abandon too much ground too quickly, and the retreat might turn into a rout. Hold on too long, and the retreating columns would be trapped. Orders were barked over the din of engines and explosions. The radios, crackling with reports of lost positions and collapsing lines. The civilians of the Ardennes, caught once again between the retreating Germans and the advancing Allies, faced their own ordeal. Many had fled during the initial attack in December, only to return to find their homes destroyed. Others had stayed, enduring occupation, forced labor, and the constant threat of violence. Now, as the front shifted yet again, they watched the German soldiers pass through. No longer conquerors, but weary men trudging toward the east, their faces gaunt, their eyes hollow. In some places, the retreat became a rout. When the Allied tanks broke through at key points, the German units dissolved under the pressure, abandoning their heavy weapons and scattering into the woods. Stragglers moved alone or in small groups, trying to avoid capture. The once organized formations that had spearheaded the offensive were now fragments of a broken force, their cohesion shattered by weeks of unrelenting combat. Yet, even in retreat, there were moments of fierce resistance. In the forests north of Bastogne, a company of German paratroopers held a ridge for 2 days against repeated assaults, refusing to yield until their ammunition was gone. In another sector, artillery crews fired their last shells before spiking their guns and disappearing into the trees. Each stand delayed the Allies, buying precious hours for the retreating columns further east. By mid-January, the Bulge was nearly gone. The front lines were returning to where they had been before the offensive began. What had started as a surprise strike to split the Allied armies had ended in a withdrawal under constant attack. The gamble had failed. The fuel shortages, the supply problems, the stubborn Allied defense, all had combined to grind down the German offensive into exhaustion. For the soldiers making their way back, the retreat was more than just a movement on a map. It was the end of an illusion. The hope that this winter offensive could turn the tide of the war was gone. The Ardennes had swallowed men, machines, and the dreams of victory. Now all that remained was to hold what ground they could before the Allies crossed into the heart of Germany. And yet, as the last German units slipped back across the river, the fighting did not stop. The Allies, now sensing that the enemy was truly on the run, pressed harder. Shells fell on the roads leading east, and aircraft hunted any sign of movement. The retreat was no longer a controlled maneuver. It was survival under fire. The Bulge had receded, but in its wake it left a landscape of ruin, a generation of men scarred by the cold and the killing, and a war that was far from over. The Ardennes had been the last great German offensive in the West. Now the tide was flowing the other way, and the current was swift, because what lay ahead for the retreating Wehrmacht was not a respite, but the Allies' inexorable march to the Rhine. The Ardennes lay silent now, but only in the way a battlefield ever falls silent, with the ghosts of the dead still clinging to the air, burned-out tanks, splintered trees, and endless rows of makeshift graves marked where men had stood their ground and fallen. In January of 1945, the snow lay deep, covering the scars of the land, but it could not cover the truth. Hitler's last gamble in the West had failed, and with it, the final hope of reversing Germany's fate. The Battle of the Bulge had begun with such audacity. In December of the previous year, German forces had surged forward in a massive surprise attack, punching a deep wedge into the Allied lines. For a brief moment, it had seemed as if the impossible might happen, that the Allies could be split apart, the port of Antwerp captured, and the Western Front thrown into chaos. Hitler had envisioned it as a masterstroke, the kind of move that would force the enemy to the negotiating table, buying the Reich precious time. But war is never won by vision alone, and this vision, however bold, had been built on sand. From the very start, the offensive had carried within it the seeds of its own destruction. The plan had relied on speed. The German army had needed to drive through the Ardennes, seize the key bridges, over the Meuse River, and push deep into Belgium before the Allies could react. But speed demanded fuel, and fuel was something Germany no longer had in abundance. The tanks and trucks gulped gasoline like water, and every mile forward stretched the already fragile supply lines. The idea that fuel could be captured from the Allied depots along the way was a gamble too big to stake an entire operation on. Then, there was the terrain. The Ardennes, with its dense forests and narrow roads, was no friend to large armies. The same terrain that had once hidden the German movements in the opening stages now slowed their advance. Convoys clogged the roads for miles, vehicles broke down in the cold, and every delay gave the Allies time to regroup. And the Allies did regroup. The stubborn defences at places like St. Vith, Elsenborn Ridge, and Bastogne became anchors that held the German timetable in place. Each day lost on the schedule was another day for the Allied reinforcements to arrive. The element of surprise, so critical to the offensive's success, evaporated like breath in the winter air. Hitler had committed some of his best remaining forces to the Ardennes, including elite panzer divisions and experienced infantry. But these were not the same armies of 1940. Years of war had bled away the Wehrmacht's strength. Many of the soldiers were young, barely trained, or old veterans recalled from garrison duty. The Luftwaffe, once a terror in the skies, could barely contest the Allied air power when the weather cleared. And when the weather did clear, it was as if the sky itself had turned against the Reich. Allied aircraft swept over the battlefield, hunting the columns on the ID roads, striking the supply dumps, and hammering every visible target. What had once been a problem of fuel now became a nightmare of constant air attack. Movement by day was nearly impossible without losses. The human cost was staggering. In 6 bitter weeks of fighting, the Germans had suffered over 185,000 casualties, killed, wounded, or captured. Entire units were destroyed. Precious tanks and vehicles which could never be replaced lay abandoned in the snow. The offensive had not only failed to achieve its objectives, it had burned through the last reserves of men and material that Germany could ill afford to lose. Inside the Reich, the propaganda machine tried to mask the disaster. Reports spoke of heroic stands, of Allied losses far greater than they truly were, of victories snatched from the jaws of defeat. But for those on the front, the truth was undeniable. The offensive had ended not in triumph but in retreat. For the Allies, the cost was also heavy. Nearly 90,000 casualties. The fighting in the snow and forests of the Ardennes was some of the most brutal of the war. Yet there was a grim satisfaction in knowing that they had met the German onslaught and stopped it cold. The front lines had been restored. The enemy had spent his last strength in the west. In Berlin, Hitler raged. He blamed his generals for lacking the will to see the offensive through, for not pushing harder, for not breaking the Allied line. But in truth, it had been his own vision, inflexible and detached from the reality of Germany's situation, that had doomed the operation from the start. By diverting so many forces to the Ardennes, he had weakened other fronts at a moment when the Red Army was preparing a massive winter offensive in the east. The failure of the Bulge was more than a battlefield defeat. It was the shattering of an illusion. No longer could the Reich claim to be capable of striking decisive blows in the west. The initiative now belonged entirely to the Allies, and they would not give it back. From this point on, the war in the west would be a steady, relentless push into the heart of Germany. In the towns and villages of the Ardennes, the people emerged from their cellars and ruined houses to find their land once again in Allied hands. They had endured the roar of tanks in their streets, the crack of gunfire through the night, the thunder of artillery. Now, they faced the task of rebuilding, but the shadow of the battle would never truly leave. For many, the Ardennes would forever be the place where the last great gamble of Nazi Germany had been fought and lost. The battlefield itself told the story. Frozen corpses lay where they had fallen, locked in the poses of their final moments. Vehicles sat half-buried in the snowdrifts, their engines cold. Shell craters marked the fields like pock marks on the face of the earth. And in the quiet after the guns fell silent, the only sound was the wind moving through the broken trees. The gamble had cost the Reich dearly. It had cost them their last reserves of armor, their best troops, and their ability to mount any further major offensive in the west. It had cost them the trust of their own soldiers, many of whom now knew that the war could no longer be won. And it had cost them time, the one resource they could never replenish. Time that the Allies would use to prepare for the final drive into Germany. In the weeks that followed, the Allied forces pressed forward. The Germans fell back to their borders, digging in for what they hoped would be a defensive stand, but the Ardennes had drained them of their strength. The defensive lines they now prepared were held by fewer men, with fewer guns, and with little hope of reinforcements, and in the east, the Soviet Union was on the move. In mid-January, the Red Army launched its Vistula Oder offensive, smashing through the German lines and racing toward Berlin. The decision to throw so much into the Ardennes had left the Eastern Front dangerously exposed, a fact the Soviets exploited without mercy. By the end of January, the shape of the war had changed forever. The Bulge was gone from the maps. The front was moving east, closer each day to the German heartland. The Allies knew that victory was now a matter of time. The Germans knew it too. The only question that remained was how long the Reich could endure the inevitable. The Battle of the Bulge would be remembered not only for its bitter fighting, its snowbound struggle, and its moments of desperate heroism on both sides, but as the last great throw of the dice by a regime already collapsing under the weight of its own ambitions. For Hitler, it had been a chance to turn the war around. For his soldiers, it became a test of endurance in the cold and the killing. For the Allies, it was proof that no matter how hard the blow, they could take it and strike back. And so, in the quiet after the storm, the reality settled over the frozen fields and forests. The Reich's last offensive in the West had ended in failure. The price had been paid in blood, steel, and shattered dreams. Ahead lay only retreat and the long, final road to Berlin. The snow had stopped falling, but the battlefield still groaned under the weight of its dead. The Ardennes, in January of 1945, was not a landscape. It was a graveyard. The wind carried no gunfire now, only the creak of shattered trees and the distant whine of a truck engine. Yet, everywhere there were bodies, frozen where they had fallen, young men who had been laughing, shouting, and running only days before, now silent, locked in the stillness of death. When the last shots of the Battle of the Bulge faded into the cold air, the numbers began to emerge. Numbers so vast they felt unreal, like something from a nightmare that the mind refuses to hold on to. The German army had lost over 185,000 men, killed, wounded, or captured. That was the equivalent of entire cities gone in 6 weeks. For the Americans, the toll was almost 90,000. Brothers, sons, and fathers. Each figure was not just a statistic, but a face, a voice, a set of hopes and dreams now torn away forever. The fighting had been relentless, chewing through men like a forest fire consumes timber. At Bastogne, the soldiers clung to life in their icy foxholes, frostbite, gnawing at their fingers and toes, even when the bullets did not. At St. Vith, the units fought until they were almost erased from existence. In the northern shoulder, the British and American forces battled against time, terrain, and exhaustion to push the Germans back. And all along the front, the medics worked in the snow, their hands raw from the cold, trying to save lives with bandages that froze stiff before they could be tied. Some wounds could be seen, jagged cuts, shattered bones, the black bloom of burns. Others could not. Men walked away from the Ardennes with no scars on their skin, but carried in their minds the sound of a friend, last breath, the memory of a shell's scream, the sight of the ground erupting beneath someone they knew. These invisible wounds would last far longer than the war itself. The destruction of material was staggering as well. More than 800 American tanks and tank destroyers were lost. Thousands of vehicles lay burned out along the narrow roads, their twisted metal shells coated in ice. Supply dumps, painstakingly built over months, were reduced to smoking ruins by artillery fire or abandoned in the face of the German advances. Ammunition, food, and fuel, the lifeblood of any army, were consumed in quantities that defied belief. For the Germans, the losses were worse in their own way. They had thrown some of their last reserves into the Ardennes, tanks that could not be replaced, trucks that had no spare parts, artillery pieces dragged forward on promises rather than fuel. By the end, much of it was gone. Some vehicles had been destroyed in battle, others were simply abandoned when the fuel ran dry, left to rust in the snow. This was not just a loss of machines, it was the hollowing out of the German war effort, the removal of any realistic chance to wage large-scale offensive operations in the West ever again. The Ardennes villages that had stood in the path of the battle were left in ruins. Towns like Houffalize, La Roche, and Stavelot were reduced to rubble. Roofs had collapsed under the weight of the shelling, and the streets were littered with bricks, broken glass, and the splintered remains of furniture. Churches that had stood for centuries were gutted by fire. In some places, the only buildings left standing were those too damaged to be worth destroying further. And amid the wreckage, the civilians emerged, thin and hollow-eyed, wrapped in whatever scraps of clothing they had managed to keep through the winter. They searched for family members, for something to eat, for a corner of their homes that might still hold warmth. For them, the battle had not been a military event. It had been a nightmare of shells falling without warning, of soldiers, sometimes German, sometimes Allied, bursting into their homes, demanding shelter or food and leaving chaos behind. The forests of the Ardennes bore their own scars. Shellfire had torn the trees apart, leaving splintered trunks that jutted into the air like broken spears. Snow clung to the twisted branches, hiding the craters beneath. In some places, the earth itself seemed to have been churned and overturned by the sheer volume of the explosions. The quiet beauty of the region had been replaced by a brutal stillness. Even in victory, the Allies knew what they had lost. The battle had cost them dearly, not only in lives, but in the sheer strain on their forces. Men who had survived the fighting were exhausted beyond words, their faces drawn, their eyes shadowed. Units that had gone into the Ardennes at full strength came out diminished, their ranks thinned by death, injury, and illness. Yet, there was also a hard pride, the knowledge that they had faced the best the German army could still offer and had stopped it cold. For the Germans, the feeling was different. The failure of the Ardennes offensive marked the breaking point. The soldiers who returned from the front carried with them the knowledge that the war could no longer be won. Many had marched into the battle with the belief, however fragile, that this would be the turning point. They came back with that belief shattered, replaced by a grim understanding that from now on they would only be retreating. The numbers alone could not capture the full scope of the destruction. They could not tell you about the medic who froze to death, kneeling beside a wounded man because he refused to leave him. They could not show you the driver who sat in his truck for hours after being hit, his hands still clutching the wheel, the snow falling gently on his lifeless body. They could not describe the moment when a soldier, after days of marching and fighting, realized that every single one of his friends from the start of the battle was gone. These were the moments that made the Ardennes not just a battle, but a wound in history, the kind of wound that never truly heals. As the last of the fighting died away, the task of clearing the battlefield began. Graves registration units moved among the frozen dead, tagging the bodies, lifting them onto sleds or into trucks. In some cases, the work was made harder by the cold, which had locked the dead into the positions in which they had fallen. It was a grim, silent labor, carried out in the shadow of the forest and under the watch of the survivors, who could not yet bring themselves to look away. The wrecked vehicles were dragged aside or left where they stood, if moving them was impossible. Ammunition was collected, and unexploded shells were carefully disarmed. The roads were cleared for the movement of supplies and reinforcements. Slowly, the signs of active battle faded, though the damage would remain for decades. For the people of Belgium and Luxembourg, the aftermath was not measured in military terms. It was measured in the absence of loved ones, in the ruined fields that could not be planted, in the spring, in the hollowed-out homes that offered no shelter from the wind. They had lived through one of the fiercest battles of the war, and its mark would remain on their lives long after the armies had moved on. And so the Battle of the Bulge ended, not with a single dramatic moment, but with the slow, heavy silence that follows a storm. The cost had been almost unimaginable. Over 185,000 German casualties, nearly 89,000 American casualties, and countless civilians caught between them. The material losses were crippling. The destruction vast. The Ardennes would heal, as all battlefields eventually do. The trees would grow back, the snow would melt, and the villages would be rebuilt. But for those who had been there, in the frozen forests and the burning towns, the memory would never fade. The battle was over, but the price of victory and of defeat would be carried forever. The night felt alive, an oppressive presence of blackness, falling snow, and stillness, punctured only by the sharp report of a distant rifle or the deep rumble of artillery beyond the forest's edge. In a shallow dugout somewhere in the Ardennes, a young American soldier lay still. The frigid ground leached warmth from his body, and his weapon was so cold it felt like fire through his gloves. His feet were numb, and he hadn't had a meal in 48 hours. Yet, within the hour, he would launch himself directly into the maelstrom of battle. His motivation was not desire, but necessity. The Battle of the Bulge was not merely a confrontation between armies. It was a crucible that forged heroes from common soldiers. In this icy inferno, bravery manifested in various ways, some overt and fierce, others quiet and unobserved. Every roadblock, every counter-offensive, every determined defense in the snow was a story written not just with strategy, but with sacrifice and resolve. In the besieged town of Bastogne, Staff Sergeant James R. Parker manned a .50 caliber machine gun on a half-track. His exhalations turned to ice in the freezing air as he watched the fog-shrouded road. Suddenly, German soldiers materialized from the gloom, their forms growing larger as their boots crunched on the frozen ground. Parker unleashed a torrent of fire. The weapon roared, its recoil shaking his entire frame as glowing tracers sliced through the whiteout. The Germans took cover in ditches, but he continued firing. His bullets tore into the advancing enemy, securing vital moments for medics to evacuate the wounded. When the barrel glowed red-hot, he replaced it with a spare from the snow and resumed his barrage. His position drew enemy fire, but he held his ground. When reinforcements arrived, he was almost frozen to the gun, his fingers rigid and his face ashen. He had saved dozens of lives that morning, though he would later insist he was just fulfilling his duty. Further north, near St. Vith, a small American detachment defended an intersection crucial to the German offensive. Numbering less than 20, they were mostly mechanics, cooks, and clerks, soldiers without front-line training. But when the tanks appeared, they stood firm. Private First Class Henry White crept through the snow, a satchel charge clutched to his chest. The closest tank loomed, its turret traversing toward the crossroads. White armed the charge, placed it under the tank's belly, and scrambled away. The blast lifted the vehicle from the ground, flames erupting from its hatches. Inspired by his action, the others opened fire on the disoriented German infantry. Hours later, the Germans retreated, leaving behind smoldering tanks and a few exhausted Americans who had held their position against overwhelming force. Not all acts of valor involved direct combat. Sometimes, heroism was the refusal to retreat. In the village of Foy, Lieutenant Thomas Meehan led a platoon that had been cut off for 2 days. They were out of supplies and low on ammunition. A withdrawal might have been feasible, but it would have meant leaving the wounded, men who were too injured to move and would surely succumb to the cold. Mian made his decision. They would hold their ground. That night, the platoon repelled 3 enemy assaults using rifles, grenades, and even captured German arms. By morning, reinforcements broke through. Every wounded soldier survived. Mian rarely spoke of that night in the years that followed, only saying, "They were our men. You don't abandon your own." The bitter cold was a relentless adversary, and overcoming it often demanded as much courage as facing enemy fire. At an outpost near the Our River, Corporal David Winters undertook a task no one else would, crossing the icy water to deliver a message to an encircled unit. The river was partially frozen, with a strong current and frigid air. He secured the message in a waterproof bag, stripped to his undershirt, and plunged into the dark water. The cold was a physical blow, constricting his chest, but he pressed on, his limbs growing numb as he navigated through ice floes. On the opposite bank, German machine guns raked the shoreline. Winters crawled through snow and mud, delivered the message, and collapsed. He would lose 3 toes to frostbite. But his warning allowed the isolated unit to reposition just before the German attack. Heroism wasn't always about achieving victory sometimes. It was about defiance against inevitable loss. Near the village of Shimpach, Sergeant Michael Torres's squad was encircled by German infantry and armored vehicles. Torres knew they couldn't hold out. Still, he positioned his men defensively, moving between foxholes, shouting commands over the din of battle. When his last machine gunner was hit, Torres took over the weapon, firing until the barrel buckled. Out of ammunition, he drew his pistol and continued to fight. He was last seen on the ridge, firing at the enemy until a shell explosion ended his stand. His resistance delayed the German advance long enough for adjacent units to pull back to safety. The medics, too, crafted their own legends of bravery. In the woods outside Bastogne, Technician 4th grade William Hamlin moved from soldier to soldier, under a constant mortar barrage, pulling the wounded into shallow ditches for protection. Shrapnel tore into his leg, but he refused to be evacuated. He carried one soldier on his shoulders for nearly a mile through the snow, his blood freezing on his trousers. That soldier survived. Hamlin nearly died from his injuries, but made it through the war, never considering himself a hero. Then there were instances when courage was not a product of orders, but of pure human instinct. In a farmhouse on the front's edge, Private Joseph Alvarez and 2 comrades took shelter for the night. The snowfall outside was so heavy, it erased the world. In the early morning, Alvarez heard a soft, rhythmic tapping at the door. Opening it, he found a German soldier no older than 18, slumped against the frame, barely conscious. The boy was unarmed, his lips purple, his body racked with shivers. Alvarez could have taken him captive. Instead, he and his friends brought him inside, covered him with blankets, and gave him warm water. By dawn, they turned him over to their superiors, alive. When questioned about his actions, Alvarez replied simply, "He was dying. That's all I saw." Such acts, whether fierce, selfless, or compassionate, were the pulse of the Battle of the Bulge. They were not part of the grand strategies devised in far-off command centers. They were born in moments when the world was reduced to a simple choice: act or stand by. Time and again, soldiers chose to act, and these decisions had a profound impact. At Bastogne, it was the tenacity of small units that prevented the town's fall before Patton's army arrived. At St. Vith, the determined defense by outmatched troops disrupted the German schedule. Throughout the Ardennes, countless small stands, desperate assaults, and refusals to break bought the Allies the time they needed to recover and counterattack. The major turning points of the battle were built upon these smaller moments. Moments when one soldier decided that, regardless of the odds, he would not yield. In the frigid crucible of that winter, heroism was judged not by the number of medals awarded, but by the number of lives saved, the number of lines held, and how much longer a beleaguered army could continue to fight. Some of these men were recognized, many were not. Their stories, often shared only in quiet conversations decades later, were woven into the very fabric of the victory. The Ardennes would remember them. The steadfast gunner on the half-track, the mechanic, turned tank destroyer, the lieutenant who wouldn't leave his wounded, the corporal who braved a frozen river, the sergeant who fought to the last, the medic who carried a man beyond the limits of endurance, and the private who chose mercy over retribution. They were not superhuman. They were cold, exhausted, and frightened, just like everyone else in that frozen forest. But in the moments that counted, they discovered something within themselves that refused to surrender. And in doing so, they helped to turn the tide of the final major German offensive in the West. The Ardennes, in January, was a charnel house. The snow was no longer a pure white, but was marred by shades of brown, black, and red. The trees stood as silent observers, their branches splintered by artillery, their trunks pocked by bullets. The roads were clogged with the wreckage of burnt-out tanks, abandoned vehicles, and skeletal field guns, their barrels warped by the intensity of the conflict. In the quiet that followed the storm, there was a palpable sense that the forest itself held the memory of what had transpired and would never let it go. The Battle of the Bulge was concluded, but its historical significance was only starting to unfold. It began in the dim light of December 1944, when the German army, battered and bloodied, but not yet defeated, made a final, audacious wager in the West. They attacked through the Ardennes with the force of a battering ram, intending to divide the Allied forces, capture Antwerp, and compel the Western Allies to negotiate a peace that would allow Hitler to refocus his full strength on the Soviet Union. For a brief period, the plan seemed to work. The German offensive created a deep salient in the Allied front, giving the battle its distinctive name on wartime maps. It was the largest battle ever fought by the United States Army. Over 600,000 American soldiers were drawn into the conflict, confronting nearly 500,000 Germans. Over 6 harsh weeks, the battle raged through snow-covered forests, frozen fields, and demolished villages. Temperatures dropped far below freezing, snowdrifts consumed entire vehicles, and frostbite inflicted almost as many casualties as enemy fire. The cost was immense. American casualties exceeded 89,000, with nearly 20,000 killed, over 21,000 captured or missing, and almost 47,000 wounded. For the Germans, the losses were even more severe, with at least 185,000 casualties, a blow their already weakened army could not sustain. The Ardennes became the final resting place of German aspirations in the West. But statistics alone cannot convey the full weight of the Bulge's legacy. Its story is not merely one of military tactics and casualty figures. It is the story of ordinary men, many of them just out of high school, who were thrown into the crucible of one of Europe's most severe winters and who held